never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is reacting to the news of current President Biden kicking off his 2024 re-election campaign.
You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done.
Meanwhile, Trump is questioning why he should take part in the Republican primary debates. He said he likely won't get fair treatment from the anchors asking the questions anyway. President Biden is threatening to veto the House Republican bill to raise the debt ceiling. The White House called it an exercise in reckless gamesmanship. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre cited an analysis by Moody's Analytics.
The Speaker's legislation would increase the odds of a recession, cost 780,000 jobs, weaken the economy, and increase the unemployment rate.
The Speaker's plan includes pairing a package of spending cuts with a 1-year debt limit increase. House Republicans are reportedly still trying to collect the 218 votes needed to pass the Speaker's plan. The choice between Biden and Trump is neither for a large number of Americans.
A new poll is finding that a majority of Americans don't want either President Biden or former President Trump to run in 2024. The Reuters Ipsos poll found that 45% of Democrats don't want Biden to run again. That's compared to 34% of Republicans who say the same thing about Trump. Overall, the poll found that about 2/3 of all respondents don't want either to run in 2024. I'm John Schaefer.
Does a simple chord progression make an original song? Ed Sheeran maintains he did not copy Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On when creating his song Thinking Out Loud. He just used a very common chord progression within Marvin Gaye's song. That court case ongoing. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when You go to use it, it's not very absorbent. It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
U.S. officials say the mastermind behind the 2021 Kabul airport suicide bombing that killed over 150 people, including 13 U.S. service members, has been killed, and the Taliban is to thank for it. The ISIS operative was killed by the Taliban this month in Afghanistan, though a name was not given. The U.S. says American forces were not involved in the operation, but the government has intelligence that confirms the death. The U.S. dead in 2021 included 11 Marines, as well as a member of the Navy and Army, and was considered a major low point in the rapid withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan. There's an outcry over plans to build a Chinese-owned factory in northern Michigan. In Washington, Representative Debbie Dingell says it's a very complicated issue.
I don't want us to become more dependent upon China. I want us to become less dependent upon China. Either they're going to be built with Chinese workers there or by American workers.
Residents of Green Charter Township, a small community about an hour north of Grand Rapids, recently protested, calling the electric vehicle battery plant a big mistake. The protest came after Democrats in the Michigan State Senate approved $175 million in state funds to support the project. Vice President Kamala Harris is welcoming the South Korean president to the U.S. The two leaders toured NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland on Tuesday. Harris said the two nations are strengthening their partnership on space exploration and climate change. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, would you look at that? That close out of Tuesday. Is it already that time? Sure enough, it is. Here comes Hump Day. Welcome aboard. Hope your week's going well. Midweek coming on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. A little bit warmer outside the bunker tonight. 46 at this hour. It's about 10 degrees warmer than we were 24 hours ago. So what's going on? Got the big show. Have you got your place your bets? Yeah, the bookies, the odds makers, are actually posting lines on where Tucker Carlson's next move will go. Yes, no joke, place your bets. Yeah, I think we're all so excited, so enthusiastic. Joe Biden officially running again for 2024. Yeah, he's in. We'll break that down for you. What else going on? Hey, so you thought you were done having to drive in wintry weather. Not so fast. Gonna be rolling through Colorado. Now, we've got a big late season snowmaker. Moving east through the Colorado Rockies and areas south of Denver through the early hours here of a Wednesday. Yes, indeed, winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories for a large portion of Colorado and a stretch of southeastern Wyoming, along with the warnings. Other severe weather threats came to fruition this past day. Actually, a confirmed tornado touching down along Interstate 76, about 15 miles northeast of Denver International Airport. Anyways, that storm made its way across the Rockies Tuesday afternoon. Eventually, it's going to move into the central and eastern portions of Colorado overnight tonight, as it's going to be actually intensifying. So how much snow are we talking in Denver? And most of the accumulation is going to be west of Denver direct. Maybe a slushy coating in some spots, downtown Denver and the immediate suburbs, while the nearby foothills to the west and the south of Denver, will pick up several inches, 6 to 12 inches in the Palmer Divide, according to AccuWeather. Areas south of the Palmer Divide, Colorado Springs, maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow. Pueblo, Colorado may also pick up a slushy coating in a few spots. A slushy mix of rain and hail were actually reported outside of Pueblo this past afternoon. A foot or more of snow over the highest elevations there in Colorado. That's going to give the ski resorts that are still operating yet another late season boost there. When's the snow going to start and stop? Well, after first mixing with some rain throughout the past evening, a few periods of wet snow will come down in Denver overnight tonight into the morning hours. It'll begin to subside. Most likely time for any accumulation will be during the overnight hours, when things will change over to all snow at times. So if you're traveling out there, if you're going to be traveling along portions of Interstate 25 or portions of I-70, you can expect some slow, slippery travel conditions, especially through the overnight hours and into early Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, we've got the severe weather threat, thunderstorms that erupted this past afternoon in northeast New Mexico and southeastern Colorado through the Oklahoma Panhandle. Continues to spread to the southeast into central Texas and southwestern Oklahoma. Now, we had some severe thunderstorm watches that just did expire here at the midnight hour Eastern time. Still some decent storms out there. There was actually a tornado warning just a few hours ago near Scurry County in the northwest portions of the state there. And storms impacting communities along the Red River, stretching along the Texas-Oklahoma border down to the I-10 corridor, which would include the likes of Lawton, Oklahoma, Amarillo, Wichita Falls, and Dallas, Texas. Dallas, matter of fact, is almost dead center in the bullseye of a moderate threat of severe weather later today once again. Yeah, a pretty potent upper-level swirl of energy is going to move into the area today. That's going to bring more widespread thunderstorm coverage across southern Oklahoma and northern Texas today. Again, travelers in Dallas and along portions of I-20 and 35 be on the alert for slow travel. These storms are going to produce ponding on the roadways and reduced visibility. Forecasters actually boosted their concern for severe weather by adding a moderate risk, smack in the middle of that zone of the overall threat for severe weather today. These stronger storms are going to spread southward across Texas after the sun goes down later on Wednesday evening. So San Antonio to Austin, the northern and western suburbs of Houston, be ready to receive warnings, especially through early Wednesday night. Some of the same hazards as what we saw this past day: damaging winds, hail, isolated tornadoes. Of course, thunderstorms could also more easily bring flooding issues later today, since heavy downpours will accompany these storms. So flash flooding concerns for portions of Texas. Now, as the storms bringing the severe weather moves east later this week, we'll be watching for additional downpours and severe weather hitting other weary parts of the country. More sporadic severe weather possible south of the storm center from the Gulf Coast, Louisiana, all the way over to South Carolina. Aside from a lot of lightning, the most widespread threat with these storms is going to be the drenching downpours, reduced visibility, flash flooding, and some strong wind gusts there. They're giving us plenty of advance notice about kind of a 1-2 punch coming later this weekend into early next week for the eastern seaboard and the northeast as well. We'll break some of that down coming up here, but again, plenty of advance notice for what could be a second storm system, they're saying, may actually undergo bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, rapid intensification. But again, that's still several days out. So we'll break it down. All right, got the message from the Michigan madman. So prayers for the madman. He says, well, what a last couple of days. So I went to the ear, nose, and throat doctor yesterday, told him what was going on. They did the scope of my throat. Didn't like what he saw, and had set me up for an emergency throat surgery for this past day. I definitely did not get the news I wanted. I have cancer by my larynx, and it's quite large. I couldn't take it all out, but did get enough to send in for biopsy. We'll know more probably the first of next week, maybe a little sooner, but it sounds like he's going to send me to the University of Michigan for a major surgery to remove the tumor. But I've got this. It'll all be good. It is in God's hands now, says the Michigan madman. It's all right. Prayers for the madman, prayers for the medical team that they can get it right and get rid of that. All right, 5-7. That may be a first for 5-7. Copy of the mail. First out of the box on Facebook tonight. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Happy hump day. Philly Dan, there he is. Good morning, peeps. Drivers, keep on humping. I hope my toothache goes away in a day or so. Yeah, stay safe and remember to brush your teeth twice daily. Tell you what, Philly Dan, if you're hoping your toothache goes away, you know how that works. It very well may go away in a couple of days, but if you don't address it, it's just going to come back and it'll be worse the next time around. Been there, done that, right? Hope you feel better. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Hello, Larry. It was good to hear from you last evening. Thanks for the update on the barbecue competition. Had a good time over the weekend, he said. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. 50 degrees in Elm Creek, Nebraska tonight. I got the spurs to this chrome-plated cow truck northbound for the spacious confines of North Dakota. A special Herbie Husker shout-out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. All right. There's Captain Ron on board. 66 degrees rolling through Ocala, Florida. Said, I got my new choppers today. $4,000. Them are some expensive teeth, aren't they? Cap and Ron. Evan, hi there. Greetings, Steve and the crew from Wapisa, Michigan. Kevin is on board. Hello to the overnight crew. Stay safe tonight. Joe Self, listening here in Winchester, Virginia. 42 degrees. Everybody enjoy their hump day. Hello, Colleen. Morning, Steve, and all you awesome overnight drivers. Colleen and Joe in Colorado Springs checking in. Right now, 37 degrees and nice. Yeah, well-needed some steady rain falling. Everybody be safe out there. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois. What's going on, Roy? 37 degrees at this hour. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. I'm at the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. I've been on medical leave for a week now. I spoke to you at Louisville about the heart issues. Scheduled to have my procedure on May the 10th. All right, we've got 42 degrees, cloudy according to the weather station atop the GM A&B Enterprises skyscraper tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, one more here. What do we got? Heat wave, morning from Laguna, New Mexico. Late start getting out tonight. Got a testimonial for a Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. My 05 Chevy Z71 with a 5.3-liter engine and 220,000 miles on it has really come to life with a 2-mile-per-gallon increase, and it did clean the sending unit to the fuel gauge. Also, the Shift Restore absolutely did make the shifting smoother, and I swear that also contributed to the increased fuel economy. Now, here in another week or so, I'm going to put the FR3 and the Stiction Eliminator in the oil with the next oil change. I'm sure she'll be at the cat's meow on the highway after that. Everybody have a good night. I'll be up in about 6.5 hours from now. I'll catch you on the replay. All right. Thanks for the testimonial there, Heatwave. And you're aware that he said I'm going to put the FR3 Stiction. The Stiction Eliminator has the FR3 in it, so don't add both. I'm not sure if that was your plan. Just use the Stiction Eliminator for that next oil change. Then after that, you can go with just the FR3 with subsequent oil changes. But hey, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus
nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, indeed. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Debbie. Checking in Central Indiana, who says, good morning, Steve. Kind of a chilly 40 degrees here in Central Indiana. We're heading up to about 60 for our Wednesday. Hoping everybody out there stays safe, especially my special driver, a.k.a. Woodpecker. Have a wonderful Wednesday. All right, you do the same there. Thanks for tuning in there, Central Indiana. Hello to Kojak. Morning, Steve. Heading to South Charleston and Parkersburg. Everyone stay safe out there. What do we have? Buckeye Boy checking in from Eloy, Arizona. 74 degrees. I left my truck off all night. Let the antifreeze get cold and was able to get about 3/4 of a gallon of antifreeze in the tank this past morning. Haven't had any problem with it today. I did have to stop and get my 2 fuel filters changed at the yellow truck stop, and surprisingly didn't take that long. I kind of wonder if Tucker's going to be taking his producer, who also got fired, with him. Anyway, I'm traveling at high speed, trying to get to Phoenix before my clock runs out. Hope to deliver in Anaheim tomorrow and then head back toward Tucson. Happy Hump Day, everybody. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. All right, hello to Rob, says looking great up here in Lewiston, Maine tonight. We're at a solid 40 degrees. Rain is slowly moving out of the area. Hello, Santa Claus, top of the morning, 69 here in Sacramento at this hour. Here in a few hours, Mrs. Claus and I start a 42-state plus 2 Canadian province road trip in her Japper Crapper, her new Miata hardtop convertible. I'm going to be a solar driver, doing hotels along the way. All right, that's how many? 42 states? Good Lord. You're going to be doing the entire country tour. Keep us up to speed on your journeys there. Safe travels out there. All right, the odds makers, they'll take your wager. They're not missing an opportunity to weigh what potential betting lines on Tucker Carlson's next career move might be after being ousted from Fox News. Some futures and prop bets are floating around online, including at betonline.ag. The odds-on favorite for the next network to broadcast Carlson is News Nation. They're at plus 200. Rumble at plus 250. One American News Network at plus 400. And Newsmax at plus 600 Rounding out the top four, Bookies.com's handicapping team released odds for entertainment purposes only for what his next move will be, with a Spotify podcast leading the way, albeit some of the odds list are clearly long shots, or some of these are complete no way, Jose kind of options. Launching of a Spotify podcast at minus 110. Starting his own network or platform at plus 300. Becoming a radio/TV talk show on an existing network. Odds at plus 500. Let's see. A non-presidential or vice presidential run at plus 750. I've seen some saying, hey, Tucker, you should run for president. A presidential or vice presidential run at plus 2,500. Let's see. Here's a good one. A no way Jose, right? Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon join forces. That's at plus 10,000. Again, this is all in fun, I guess they say. Tucker Carlson's next move will be a Monday night football gig at plus 50,000. Bravada.com had a few Carlson-related props available as well. Fox News stock price at close December 31st of 2023. Several others in the mix, but I see we got to hit our news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is threatening to break out the veto pen and strike down the House Republican bill to cut government spending and raise the debt limit. This as GOP lawmakers backing the bill still reportedly haven't collected the votes needed to pass it.
They should avoid default, take it off the table, and have a conversation with the president, his administration, about the budget.
The White House says House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's bill to raise the debt ceiling would cut the economy off at the knees. Many economists and top-ranking government officials have warned of catastrophic consequences if the nation is allowed to default on its debts. Washington State is banning the sale of assault rifles, becoming the 10th state to do so. Democratic Governor Jay Inslee said at the signing, "No one needs an AR-15 to protect their family." And that's a quote. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Progressive covers pets in our auto policy at no extra charge. Now let's see what your dog has to say.
As a dog, I think Progressive's auto pet policies. Oh, what is that? That's just my tail. Weird. Anyway, Progressive protects. There it is again. See? This is why I need protection. I'm so distracted. Nope, that is still my tail.
Progressive Auto Insurance covers pets for up to $1,000 in a car accident at no extra charge. And we think your dog would say that's great too. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage for cats and dogs included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. We'll get to your calls here momentarily at 844-844-3388. Just came across this from the Western Journal, which says it is rare when a radio talk show host turns speechless. But that is exactly how Dan Bongino described himself Monday while he was actually on the air, learning that Tucker and Fox News had parted ways. He said the news actually gave him goosebumps. Discussing Carlson's departure, Bongino stopped talking for 6 seconds. A big pause, which that's almost an eternity in talk radio. Dropped his hand with a loud thump on the desk and said, Then another pause of 3 seconds and admitted, I don't even know what to say. That's shocking news. So you understand, I have no inside knowledge of what was happening there at all. I don't even care to speculate about what happened. Now, of course, Bongino himself, who had, of course, hosted a weekly Fox show, the Unfiltered program, left Fox after inability to reach an agreement on a contract, and that just came out like last Friday. Those of us who have worked in broadcasting know that when on-air personalities are fired, they're not allowed to return to the air to make their farewells. Thank you very much. If the station or network says anything, it's usually contained in a terse announcement. Folks, I got to tell you, I got actual goosebumps here. There are very rare moments in the show where I have to stop the show and completely, especially in a live shot, not stop the show. But apparently Tucker Carlson and Fox are done. I'm reading it right here. It just broke. I mean, that's the benefit of a live show. I am stunned, he said. I don't even know what to say right now. So that was, of course, Bongino live on his program there. Have to go back and tune that in. But yeah, what a shocker it was for he and so many others, right? What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. Yeah, I spoke to you there at the truck show there a couple weeks ago. My heart was going in and out of AFib.
Right.
Well, the medicine they got me on has got my blood pressure and my heart rate really down and getting really fatigued real easily. Having trouble breathing. When I get short of breath, it seems like it really gets me fatigued real quick and stuff. So I've been on medical leave for a week now, but I appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers.
I kind of wondered where you've been there. Because I hadn't heard from you, and I didn't realize what was going on. Are they talking about maybe like putting a pacemaker in or something? Or
well, I'm scheduled for a procedure on May the 10th. They're going to go in and stop and restart my heart, which my late stepfather that died back just before Thanksgiving, he had this done 3 different times because he had it done. Then about a couple years later, his heart would go back into irregular heartbeat, into AFib. And so I'm hoping it don't turn out like that.
Yeah.
A lot of people have known they get it done and it usually straightens it out, but some don't, and they're going to go from there and see what happens. Hopefully that fixes the problem.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just a little bit scary. I'm a few years younger than you are. I'm not exactly in my 60s and 70s, but I am in my mid 50s,
Right.
and already having these problems. I've been driving truck for almost 24 years now, so maybe the stress of being out there on the road all these years has a lot to do with it.
No question about that.
I mean, it's gotten worse every year. It's like Eagle said last night. It's a total different ball game out there. I haven't run the road since 2014 when I come off and started running shuttle. 2015. It was 2014. Whatever. Been so long now, it's hard to remember.
Yeah, right.
Yes, it comes with age too, So, yeah, it's a total different ball game. And I've heard others say that. Ramler said that and stuff, how much times have changed. I mean, I don't even go to truck stops anymore. I've got a few places. Well, one in particular I'll stop in if I go that far down, 81. But me running the Greensboro run, I normally don't go that far south. But that's probably one of the few remaining, what you really call a true truck stop. And it's not a mom and pop, but it's owned by a small company there outside of Roanoke. They're mostly convenience stores, but they do own the one at 128 there. It used to be the old Dixie. Some of your drivers may remember the Dixie. There's a Bob on the Mountain about 10 miles from Christiansburg, and they also, about the same time, bought up the Lancer down to 101. It's kind of interesting to see a smaller chain. I don't know how many convenience stores they got, but I don't think they got more than probably 20. That they're still out here, surviving like that. But, that's about the only place I'll go in, I hear the argument, don't ever park on the fuel island for a 30-minute break. Well, I've done that there, but the thing is, I pull up on the fuel island 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll be inside watching, talking to people I've gotten to know down there or something, and hell, there may be one other truck on the fuel island that whole 30 minutes. So it's not like you're holding anything up. That's a whole lot different than what I know the drivers are talking about. I remember years ago, I was in a TA, and there's one driver sitting there on the fuel island. He pulled up and kind of blocked everything. It was really tight getting in and out of there. There wasn't a lot of room. About 45 minutes later, there's all that says, we got a wrecker on the way if you do not move your truck immediately. And the guy walks out with a shower bag in his hand. It was a very busy truck stop.
Wow. So he went and took a shower.
He walks up these, Yeah, and he walks out and waves to people. It's like, well, you know, it's amazing how people's mindset is, you know. But anyway, Steve, I just figured I'd call in and let everybody know I'm doing all right. I mean, I've got a lot of well wishes from a lot of your listeners, the ones I talk to on the phone and stuff.
Right.
If you would, I'd appreciate it if you'd pass my number on the Scarecrow. I would like to speak to him sometime. You want me to email that to you, or do you got mine?
You know what? You've still got that number thing blocked, but you don't have to do that anymore. You can undo that from back when we had those issues here a few months ago. So no, okay. I don't know if I've got your number in my phone or not. So yeah, go ahead and email it to me, and I'll get it to him.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've been meaning to mention that. There's somebody else I need to contact. If you got a hold of Inbred Redneck, we need to get back on this campaign of his. Me and Heat Waves come up with some ideas to really help this campaign. I'd appreciate it. So we need him as president. That's for sure.
Yeah,
I tell you what, he could really make some real changes. You know, remember his campaign promise. Yeah, remember his campaign promise: a moonshine jug in every cabinet, and a freezer full of deer meat. That's medicine to you sophisticated types.
There you go.
You take care, Steve, and
All
thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
I hope everybody has a safe night.
Appreciate the update. Thank you, Gilligan. Yeah. So yeah, I just checked. I don't have his number in the phone there, so yeah, I'll have to email that to me. Meanwhile, what do we got? 844-844-3388. Are you ready for road check? Here we are, final week of April. And if you haven't yet marked your calendar, let's see. Road check is just around the corner. May the 16th, 17th, and 18th. That's the 72-hour blitz for commercial motor vehicles. Travel Centers of America say that they're helping you prepare for International Road Trek, offering free commercial motor vehicle inspection services at participating locations. Pretty much now through May the 15th, the TA Truck Service locations located in TA Truck Stops and Petro Stopping Centers will offer free mid-trip inspection services to help drivers through the International Road Check. Of course, that's the nation's largest inspection blitz for commercial vehicles. Nearly 15 trucks and buses inspected on average every minute during that 72-hour period. Now, they said the mid-trip inspections include checks on the following parts: tires to ensure proper pressure and tread depth, and spot damage or wear early. Brakes, test the entire system for performance, functionality, safety, and compliance. Fluids, look out for oil, coolant, and other fluid leaks, or maybe signs of contamination. For the electrical system, verify that the battery, alternator, wiring, connectors, lights, and signals are functioning. For suspension, detect any damage or malfunction in the shocks and other suspension components. And lastly, cargo. Be sure your vehicle's cargo is secured properly to avoid safety hazards on the road. So there you go. International Road Check. Yep, just a couple of weeks away now. Again, May the 16th through the 18th throughout North America. All right, more of your calls ahead at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, we all know that there's opposition from thousands of truck drivers. Even though there are thousands opposed, the FMCSA appears poised to unveil a proposal that would require speed limiters on most commercial vehicles. We're all pretty much familiar with it. OOIDA and Landline this past day gave a breakdown of where do various organizations that are involved in this stand with the next battle over a speed limiter mandate looming. They say it's good to know where many of the organizations involved with trucking stand on the issue. Some of the stances will seem obvious. Others may actually surprise you. Now, of course, we know OOIDA is adamantly opposed to any attempts at requiring speed limiters. Small business truck drivers strongly object to any such mandate for several other reasons based on their own experiences, according to the comments that OOIDA had filed with the agency back in July. Speed limiters take control of the truck away from drivers, denying them the ability to avoid accidents and unsafe road and traffic conditions. Speed limiters increase driver stress and make drivers more fatigued because they have to operate longer hours to complete the work expected of them. And they must also operate at the maximum allowed speed for more of those hours. The OOIDA Foundation has been vocal about their concerns regarding speed differentials that would be caused by the mandate. Considering that speed limits are as fast as 85 miles an hour in some parts of this country, and that vehicles have a tendency to go faster than the posted speed limit, a mandate of 60 miles per hour for heavy-duty trucks would create a reality where cars are traveling, in some cases, more than 30 miles per hour faster than trucks on the same highway. How about the American Trucking Association? Well, of course, they support a speed limiter mandate. But the organization says it doesn't want the speed to be set too low. We have consistently opposed efforts by anti-truck groups to pursue a ruling of speeds in the lower 60s. Now, officials at the American Trucking Association policy, they say we support a maximum 70 miles per hour in trucks that are equipped with automatic emergency braking and adaptive cruise control. In trucks without those safety features, our policy supports a maximum of 65 miles per hour. So I guess Knucklebuster had chimed in on that several times. I'm assuming he must have heard, that's the breakdown from the American Trucking Association. Now, ATA, which has taken different stances on speed limiters over the years, noted the concerns about speed differentials in the comments last year. ATA previously commented on the potential unintended consequences of speed differentials and reiterates speed differentials between cars and trucks continue to be a considerable concern to motor carriers and drivers today. Speed differentials could result in increased aggressive, unsafe behavior by cars, seeking to overtake slower vehicles, and could increase the number of dangerous passing interactions on the highway. Speed differentials have increased significantly over the years as a result of higher posted speed limits in numerous states. How about the Teamsters? According to the search on the regulations.gov website, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters did not file any formal comments on the FMCSA's advance notice of speed limiters. However, the Teamsters recently signed on to a letter expressing support for a speed limiter mandate at 60 miles per hour. Last month, Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien's name is listed on a letter from these truck safety groups to Pete Buttigieg asking for several technology mandates, including speed limiters. Speed limiters set no higher than 60 miles per hour must be required by the Department of Transportation on all commercial motor vehicles immediately. That's what the letter stated, and that kind of appears to be a departure from previous Teamster stances on the issue. FreightWaves reported back in 2021 that the Teamsters filed a charge with the National Labor Relations Board about a decision by TFI International's T-Force Freight to reduce the maximum speed of their trucks from 68 to 65 miles per hour. Changing the speed, governors, directly impacts employee earning capacity, the hours of work, the hours of service, and safety, which are all mandatory subjects of bargaining. Now, that was the report again from FreightWaves. Speed limiters at 60 would also be in conflict with the United Parcel Services stance on the issue. UPS, of course, the single largest employer in the Teamsters Union, supports a speed limiter mandate, but has concerns about the big speed differentials. Most UPS trucks are currently governed at 68. Some that run in states with higher speed limits are actually set at 72. UPS is encouraging to adopt a speed governor limit for heavy trucks at 68 miles per hour and develop an allowance for higher speed trucks of 72 where warranted, they said. All right, what do we have left here? The CVSA, Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, did not take a stance regarding the speed limiter proposal in their comments last year. CVSA supports regulations and policies that encourage the development of safety technologies proven through independent research to improve commercial motor vehicle safety, either through preventing crashes or mitigating their severity. However, the CVSA does not currently have a position in support or opposition to a federal speed limiter requirement for commercial motor vehicles. I don't think there's anything that the FMCSA can present that would prove any true safety benefits. That's the kicker. I mean, pretty much overwhelming evidence would support the unintended consequences of less safety due to all those concerns posted by the likes of the ATA, the massive speed differentials. All right, in our final moments here before we hit news break, after which we'll get back to your calls. Rambler will be checking in, 5-7 on board, and several others. The Truckload Carriers Association view is pretty much identical to the ATA in that it supports 70-mile-per-hour limiters for trucks that have adaptive cruise control and automatic emergency braking. Like the ATA, they suggest speed limiters should be at 65 for trucks without those devices. And lastly, you've got the Truck Safety Coalition. That's all your advocates for highway safety, your Mothers Against Drunk Driving, your Crash, your PATS, all those different groups. They're all pushing for a 60-mile-per-hour speed limiters. Setting the speed at 60 will result in over 5 times the amount of saved lives and injuries prevented each year compared to 68 miles per hour. So says the safety groups. So that's where everybody stands. Where do you stand?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump says it is inconceivable that President Biden would seek another term in the White House, reacting to the news of the 2024 campaign announced by Biden on Tuesday.
American families are being decimated by the worst inflation in half a century. Banks are failing. The southern border has been abolished.
He said Biden is a failure on foreign relations.
Biden has totally humiliated our nation on the world stage, starting with the Afghanistan disaster.
On that note, U.S. officials say the ISIS mastermind behind a suicide bombing that marked a low point in the hurried Afghanistan pullout has been killed. Back in 2021, 150 people were killed, including 13 U.S. service members when the ISIS bombers struck the Kabul airport. U.S. intelligence reportedly confirms the Taliban was responsible for killing the ISIS leader. President Biden is threatening the use of his veto power. If House Republicans refuse to play ball on spending and the debt limit, the White House and top Democrats want those to be two separate issues. But House Speaker Kevin McCarthy thus far has insisted they be linked as a matter of fiscal responsibility. General Motors is shutting down production of one of its first electric vehicles.
The Chevy Bolt's been a big seller since it came on the market in 2016, but its battery is an older design, and it was the subject of a recall last year due to the danger of a battery fire. So GM will retool its Bolt plant outside Detroit to make the electric versions of the Chevy Silverado pickup and the GMC Sierra. I'm Rich Johnson.
And a new report shows half of New Yorkers can't afford basic needs. The Fund for the City of New York says that 50% don't have enough money to comfortably pay for an apartment, food, and basic health care. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Rivers across the Midwest are flooding as snow melts. The National Weather Service says the Mississippi River in Wisconsin is forecast to crest just over 16 feet this week, its third highest ever. CNN reports this year's rise could result in the worst flood in 20 years in some areas. Most river gauges are in major flood stage along the river from St. Paul, Minnesota to Davenport, Iowa. Over 1 in 10 local election officials say they'll probably quit before the 2024 election. Researchers say the Brennan Center found close to 3 in every 4 officials say they felt more threats than usual in recent years. On a lighter note, fans are reacting to the multiple reports that quarterback Aaron Rodgers has been traded from the Green Bay Packers to the New York Jets.
Absolutely stoked about it, hoping that takes us to the promised land.
They'll probably get a lot of wins this year, young team.
Jets need to be shooken up a little, so this may be it.
The Packers will reportedly swap first-round picks with the Jets this year and also get a second-round pick and sixth-round pick in this week's draft. The Jets get Rodgers, the Packers' first-round selection this year, and a third-round pick this year. And scientists have discovered a planet that's outside of our own solar system. Researchers at University of Georgia used machine learning tools to find the exoplanet. It's believed machine learning tools will be used to detect new planets even more in the future. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
On a hump day, how about a DA of the Week nominee in the trucking sector? They're out there. The Wyoming Department of Transportation says a truck driver ran into trouble after driving around the road closure gate and proceeding down a road that was shut down for the season. Yes, I said shut down for the season. In other words, it hadn't been touched as far as snow removal. Last weekend, US 14A near Burgess Junction. Sheridan Media reports the truck driver was westbound on 14A, went around a road closure barrier, and drove on the closed roadway until reaching the Crystal Creek rest area, where he realized he wasn't going to get through. Tried to turn around, but of course got stuck. It does not pay to drive on closed roads. In fact, it makes a mess, says the Wyoming DOT. The US 14A closes every year because of the incredible amounts of snow they pick up. So there you go, DA of the Week nominee. What's going on with the Rambler this morning?
Well, Steve, as going, brother. I'm over here in Evergreen, Alabama, just talking to my good friend and all the listening fans out there of the Overnight Drive. Praise God, glad to be talking to you. And I tell you, that's what you get for using the GPS and not going and spending the $30 and grabbing you an old-fashioned laminated Rand McNally map. So, yeah, get that map and don't trust the GPS and don't trust when the GPS says, well, the road's closed, but you know GPS says to go here. Trust me, there's a lot of drivers that go through that Bankhead Tunnel, and trust me, I have tried to get a truck through that Bankhead Tunnel for years, and I ain't succeeded yet, and if I can't do it with my 24 years of experience, trust me, you ain't going to do it either. So don't follow the stupid GPS. Get you a map, learn how to read it, or get with one of us many old-school drivers that can teach you how to read it and learn what roads you can take and what roads you can't take. Now, as far as Gilligan, now listen, I can't help it that they had no place to park, and I ain't had a bath in 5 days. You know, I'm old school truck driver like that. I'll go 5 days without taking a shower. So I couldn't help it. But it was nice to know that everybody was waving at me. They told me I was number one, Steve.
Number one.
Can you believe that? Yeah. They waved the middle finger, told me I was number one.
Mm-hmm.
So my response to Mr. Gilligan is, shut up, stupid. Anyway, now all joking aside, we always pray for Chris and Lucy Orndorff, and I had been hearing what's going on. And let me tell you something, God, AFib is very, very serious. What happens, the reason why it can cause a stroke, if you don't know this, there's a pocket inside of your heart that when your heart goes into an irregular heartbeat, blood builds up in that little pocket. Your heart will eventually, in time, go back to its normal rhythm. But the risk is blood builds up in that little pocket, and it causes a clot. So when your heart does go back into regular rhythm, that breaks loose, and guess what? It travels through your bloodstream, causing probably a stroke, and we don't want that to happen. So that's why, Chris, I'm glad you took your health seriously. Praise God, brother. I love you, man. And so I'm glad you're getting this done. And, you know, Steve, here a while back, you know, when Damar Hamlin started, you know, when he dropped and, you know, died on the football field, Lisa Marie, you know, I kind of looked at myself, me being, you know, 5'7", you know, 200 and blah, blah, blah pounds. I'll leave that one alone. And I was like, you know what? I got a history of heart disease in my family, so I better go ahead and just get myself checked out. You know, I got a wife and children, plus a pretty good, you know, sized congregation through, you know, social media, working on building an in-person congregation with our in-person church we opened up on Easter. So, you know what? A lot of people won't me here, I guess, so I better go get some tests done, and praise God, everything come back perfect. So old doctor told me, he said, Brother Rambler or Brother McDaniel, or you got the heart of a bull. So that made me feel good. I heard, reason why I'm calling is I heard Gary's call. Gary, a.k.a. the Michigan Madman. And Steve, I believe he's been calling since your dad was on the air, if I'm not mistaken. I can remember back that far, and Gary's been a part of this family, the Overnight Drive, and part of your, I believe, did he used to call in you when you were on 700 WLW?
I believe he called in here and there.
I believe
yes.
he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I definitely could almost remember him calling in here, there, and yon whenever your old man was on the air.
Because I'm thinking back,
So,
he had designed for me one of those virtual, one of the virtual vehicles, like he does that virtual. He had designed one with the old logo on it. And then when I moved over here, he actually designed one for us with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive logo on it. So yeah.
Yes. So yes, and you see, you're absolutely right. And I guess he's been doing that a while. And so he has been calling in a while.
Yep.
So he's been a part of this family a while. And if I have hatred towards anything in this world, number one, it's towards that old devil. The one that thinks he's the roaring lion of the tribe of Judah, but according to Revelation chapter 5, he is not the lion of the tribe of Judah. There's only one lion of the tribe of Judah, and his name is Jesus Christ. But cancer, Steve, cancer took my stepdad. Cancer took dirty diapers. I've seen cancer. I mean, it took my brother's career away from him, my brother Norman Pugh. We were talking tonight. He's like, man, if I can just get a medical card, I would love to start back driving. He said, I can't get cleared. I said, I understand. So he's still fighting. I do not like cancer. I've seen it take way too many people. And I believe that Big Pharma has had a cure for years. But, that old devil, the Bilderberger and everything else, They want to just get the world's population down. Like old Ted Turner said, how many years ago he wanted to get the world's population down to 500 million? That's going to take a lot of people dying off.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? To hear Gary call up and say that he's got cancer breaks my heart, but it does make me feel good to know that Gary, the Michigan Madman, has put it in God's hands, just like another dear friend of ours, J.R. Garten, a.k.a. Country Bumpkin. Let's not forget Brother Bumpkin. He's got lung cancer. He's had to have part of his lung removed. And you know what? We just love him, and God bless it, God's children. There's sometimes I sit behind this driver's seat and I turn off everything. I keep my cell phone on, but, sometimes I ignore phone calls. I just want to just talk to God and turn everything off. And there's times I get up here, Steve, and the tears start flowing because – in order to be a Christian, you have to be Christ-like, and Christ loves everybody. He does. And I love everybody. And it breaks my heart to know that people go through so much, especially the ones who are battling cancer or financial difficulty. Because a lot of times cancer causes financial difficulties because, Steve, a lot of people don't have, the insurance. When you have to take off of work for a certain period of time, you don't have the proper income or the proper insurance to cover yourself. So now, you're trying to battle cancer, and a lot of people, they have a family to support. So it's God, I just don't like it. But and I sit up here sometimes, and I ain't gonna lie, I just sit up here and I cry. I really do. My heart breaks because I feel the pain of so many people that are going through so much. And before I get off here, Steve, if you will allow me, before I get off here, I just feel led to want to pray. And I want to pray for people who are battling cancer, people who are battling depression, people who are battling addiction, people who are battling issues with finances. Our old buddy Rick Friend's battling that too. He had a severe fall. I don't want to leave him out either. He's going through something. Miss Millie, we love little old Miss Millie. I think she's 77 years old. She's got a lot of tests coming up, and I guess I can name off numerous people. Brucey Schroer's another one, having to work two jobs and trying to recover from a spider bite. I mean, I can list names go on, and I'm not trying to tell no one's business. I want people to know that there's a lot of people that are going through things. And a lot of people, you wouldn't even know it because they put up a front. They smile when they don't feel like smiling. They tell you it's all right when it's really not all right. You know, and I just feel led. I want to pray right now, and I don't care who you are. You may be going through something, but right now we're going to pray over that something you're going through. And if you don't know who the Lord Jesus Christ is, I want to encourage you. I want to encourage you to get to know the Jesus that I know, the Jesus that died on the cross and saved my very soul from a devil's red hell, a Jesus that loves me regardless of anything I've ever done. He loves me. And Steve, I'm going to pray right now, and then I'll get off here. And when I end this prayer, before I do, I want you to remember one thing. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And let's go to the Lord in prayer. Gracious Lord, Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. Father God, there's so many people. You know who they are. You know every last one of them that is suffering with something right now. God, for the ones who are suffering with cancer, Father God, I pray you heal them right now in Jesus' name. The same Jesus that walked the earth nearly 2,000 years ago and healed the sick, raised the dead, cast demons off, is still active, alive, and in the miracle working and healing business today. And Lord, I fully believe that. And that same Holy Spirit that was with Jesus when he did all these miracles, Lord, I'm asking you to do some more. I'm asking you to heal people of cancer. Lord, I rebuke the spirit of depression that gets on people. Lord, I'm asking for people's finances to be blessed so they can have the money to afford the necessities in life like food, rent, water, a decent car to get back and forth to and from. Father, there's many more people that are suffering through many more things that you know who they are. I'm asking you in the name of Jesus, we plead the blood over it, God. I said we plead the blood of Christ over this situation. In Jesus' mighty and holy name. The church said amen and amen. I love you, Steve. I'll try and call in later. Good
All
night,
right.
buddy.
Thank you much. Very good. Rambler, have a good morning. That's our own overnight drive, Pastor Rambler. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get a quick time out and come back on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, actually, we still, at this point, have not had any sort of official comment from Tucker Carlson. A lot of speculation, as they say. Bill O'Reilly, of course, knows a thing or two about getting fired from Fox. He was let go in 2017. I spent a good deal of Monday kind of weighing in on the ouster of Tucker. And what he had to say should not be making Fox executives too comfortable with the decision to part ways with the man that actually took his place. Interview with News Nation. Former CNN superstar Chris Cuomo, O'Reilly said that he had learned about the Fox decision was a result of several legal factors. The settlement announced last week with the Dominion voting systems, a defamation case that named Carlson and several other personalities on the network, plus the pending or potential lawsuits that name Carlson in particular. Also, he said Fox News was looking at a potential lawsuit by Ray Epps, the guy that was profiled on CBS by 60 Minutes. And this is the guy that was repeatedly cited on Tucker's program as a potential federal agent who helped to incite January 6th, the Capitol incursion. Now, for American conservatives aware of the obvious bias of 60 Minutes against Republicans, whether it's Donald Trump while he was in the White House or Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, his sympathetic treatment for the program, it's not a character reference. Regardless, O'Reilly said this is bad for Fox News. There's nothing good about this. Now, he said his experiences make him probably the only person in the world to have gone through anything similar to what Tucker's facing now. Almost 6 years to the day after Fox announced that O'Reilly, the longtime network's ratings king, was no longer going to be part of their programming. Of course, as it turned out, Tucker became the new ratings king, competing with the daytime show The Five as the top ratings draw and dwarfing all the competition from other networks. All right. Carson decided to program for very committed conservative people. His program was for a hard right audience. Now, no one who watched Carlson regularly would doubt that. His nightly monologues routinely blasted fictions being spread by the Democrat Party and the supporters in the establishment media. That's why the show was a ratings success. His voice is one of the few places Americans tired of being spoon-fed leftist propaganda could actually turn. All right, this is going to have a tremendous effect on the future of the Fox News channel, no doubt about it, he says, but more importantly, on Republican politics in the 2024 presidential election. Because the Republican Party, most of it, paid attention to Tucker. The fact that Fox has let him go in a decision that was made on Sunday, it's going to endear the network to millions of American conservatives who viewed it as an island of sanity in an ocean of left lunacy. Yeah, whatever the reason for it, an unpublicized stipulation of the Dominion settlement, fear of looming or already filed lawsuits or some other reason that isn't yet publicly known. One thing at this point is perfectly clear. He said succinctly, this is bad for Fox News. There's nothing good about it. Pretty much end of story. What do you say, 5-7?
Well, you covered it. I hope you don't go to News Nation. News Nation brought back Chris Cuomo when CNN fired him. The guy that running around without a mask while telling everybody else to wear one. While people were dying, he pulls out this great big Q-tip or whatever. This thing about being larger than 2 baseball bats.
was waving around, threatening to put it up his brother's, the governor's nose, while people were dying from the COVID. Bill O'Reilly, he likes to play the middle too much. I'm sorry, just so Newsmax. No, I hope Tucker Carlson goes. Not Newsmax, but News Nation. I hope Tucker goes to Newsmax. I think he'll be respected there, and he can say what he wants, and that's what we need. Because if you want to hear the other side, there's plenty of them out there. Go to Fox. I'm unfollowing everything. I've unfollowed Hannity. I'm trying to unfollow, the other anybody that's on Fox right now. I'm getting rid of them. I've got Megyn Kelly, and by the way, Megyn Kelly had a thing on there. I forgot to share it, but she's saying it didn't make any sense that for the lawsuit, the last person that was involved in that for the election machine fraud was Tucker Carlson. He was demanding evidence, and I guess part of that letter was saying this woman's full of shit because there's no evidence. She's not bringing any evidence, and so he's the one that actually stood up against what was being said. He had her on the program, but man, he questioned her, and she, all she could do is make, Sydney, what's her name? All she could do is make faint promises that the evidence is coming. So, Lord, I hope he does get on there, Newsmax or whatever, but not News Nation. If then people, anybody that would hire a criminal like Chris Cuomo, hasn't seen it.
I think he would. I think he would know enough that he wouldn't go that route anyway. But I have to pause there for a news break.
USA News Update. A new poll released today shows a majority of Americans don't want either President Biden or former President Trump to run in 2024. The Reuters Ipsos poll found that 45% of Democrats don't want Biden to run again, compared to 34% of Republicans who say the same about Trump. The poll coming out the same day Biden released a video formally announcing that he is running in 2024.
Every generation, Americans will face the moment when they have to defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights.
The president's already said Vice President Kamala Harris will be his running mate. Scientists in Oklahoma think they found a link between diet and autoimmune disease. The researchers say it could be key in preventing multiple sclerosis. The research found that a high-fat, low-carb, and fiber-enriched diet prevented the onset of MS symptoms in mice. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
miles.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. All right, we left off at 5-7 there, so... Yeah, how about the odds makers? Would you like to take the long shot of Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon joining forces together? I think that's odds of plus 10,000 there. All right, I guess you did you drop off 5-7? I guess he doesn't want to take that wager. All right, Jolly Green Giant, I believe. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Jolly Green don't know much about those commentaries and those news programs because Jolly Green don't watch news.
No.
The only news I get is either on your show or on Facebook or on the radio. So I have no clue who these guys are. I really don't care. So, because, like I said there, I got rid of cable I'd say probably in the last 5 years. And so my wife and I don't watch news. So, believe it or not, that's where you come in, Steve.
No.
So you keep the Jolly Green totally informed. Totally informed. So I do appreciate the information. I want to talk about one thing I want to thank you about. I got a new CPAP machine, and I do thank you for the information and the phone numbers that you gave me. Doing real well on it. It's an updated version. What happened to my old machine, when the 3G network went down, it caused my machine was not communicating with the internet. My new machine is My old machine does still work, but it doesn't communicate with the internet. So I've got that all taken care of. I do appreciate the help that you've given me and your program. So I've got another problem I want to talk about tonight. I'm sure I'm not the only one in this boat, but I want to talk about Social Security tonight. Jolly Green and Sex Maniac are at that age that I know Sex Maniac is getting his checks already. Jolly Green is going to start his up as of January 1st this coming year. Last Thursday, Miss Jolly Green sat down with me and had tears rolling down her face, and she said, I can't take this no more. And I said, what's wrong? And she said, Dave, I can't do my job anymore. She said, I think I've had it. It is time for me to retire. And I said, well, honey, then I guess we'll check in to getting you retired. So I've been trying to figure out how much money my wife will draw if she retires now, and she will be 65 in October of this year. So Eskimo Mom sent me an app, and I got on. I figured mine out, but the problem is extremely complicated. It is not user-friendly, and it's got all kinds of things that you got to do, create passwords. You got to have an email address and phone number. I mean, it is complicated, Steve, you know. So yesterday I called the IRS, okay, to set up an appointment for my wife and I to go see them. Well, guess what? The IRS says we do not meet with couples or husband and wife. We only meet with individuals.
Really?
I said, you're telling me? I said, well, how am I supposed to find out whether we can afford to retire my wife if I don't go in and listen to the conversation? Well, the rules are we can either only meet with your wife or we can only meet with you, but we cannot be with both of you. I said, we are married. It doesn't matter. Those are the rules. And then I said, I told him, and I said, well, I told that guy, I said, well, that's BS, which it is. Makes no sense. So basically, here I am trying to figure out how to start up my wife's Social Security. We have no clue how much she will draw at the age of 64 if she retires right now. And we can't get in on the app because it is so complicated that we can't figure it out. Now, I called my sister that has got a master's degree in computers, and my wife said that site is extremely complicated. Even my sister said it was complicated. So, and then my wife said, well, one thing I can tell you about Social Security, she said, and I quote, you need to learn some patience. And I said, honey, Jolly Green don't have no patience in this home. There is no patience in this home. No, sir. I said, so basically we're at a stalemate. So if there's anybody out there that can help me to navigate my way through the bureaucracy of the government, please, Jolly Green, let Jolly Green know, because I'll tell you what, you're talking about complicated. It is complicated. Now, my little woman has been in pain ever since I've known her, at least 18 years or more, and now it's got to the point where she can't work no more. And I told her it is okay. Jolly Green and Miss Jolly Green will be totally out of debt May 1st of next year. And I told her, I said, honey, you retiring early is not going to make one bit of difference on me eliminating those debts. And I told her, don't even worry about it. Jolly Green's going to work another 2 years. You're going to stay right here with Sex Mayak holding hands. Me and Sex Mayak will be holding hands for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And then we're going to retire. So we're getting ready to walk out the door and let these young whippersnappers worried about the new speed limit mandates. We're going to let them worry about that. Because Sex Mayak and I are not going to worry about that no more. But I am support of 70 miles an hour, brother. And we have that safety equipment you're talking about in our trucks, just to let you know, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually like the truck that actually it actually paces itself from the vehicle in front of me. I actually like that as long as it's on cruise control. So, Kevin, Sex Mayak's got it in his truck. I've got it in mine. So I really, truly don't have any problem with it. I know that Eskimo Mom has got it in her truck, and I know some of the various drivers that call your show have it in their trucks.
Right.
Now, I don't think that Chevy 57 has got it in his. So I'm actually for that, Steve. But 60 miles an hour, well, I'm not really for that.
Right.
And I agree with you 100%. Variable speed limits will cause more accidents, and that's a known fact. So as far as I'm concerned, I agree with that. But, Steve, I could use some help with the Social Security problem. It is extremely complicated, and I can't – it is so complicated, I just can't figure it out. I wish that I could figure it out on the Internet. But like I said there, it took me a couple of days just to figure out for me to get in there. And first of the year that Jolly Green can draw his checks, and I'm at full retirement age now, and I can draw my checks before I retire and it not affect how much I make. So I'm going to go ahead and start that as of January and start banking that money into savings account is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So that's what Jolly Green's got in mind. And if anybody's got any suggestions, feel free, Steve, to give them my phone number and have them to call me.
Well,
okay?
I can make one suggestion for you. First of all, like if my wife sometimes has issues navigating things on the smartphone, kind of like what you're talking about, and she can get on my daughter-in-law, she can allow her, from her home, they've got a way where they can connect, and she can actually tell her exactly what to hit, what to do on her phone. And I know, like on the internet, if I have an issue here, I have the ability through Teams to allow Josh there in Mount Gilead. I can give him control from where he is of my computer. If you can find somebody you trust out there, whether it was your sister, whoever had the Masters or whatever, somebody like that you can trust, that you don't mind them getting on your system, that'd be the easiest way to do it. They can help you actually navigate right through everything.
I do have a nice computer in my house. I don't use very often. And Sex Maniac was telling me that his daughter did it on their computer. And we didn't. The smartphones is where the problem is. That's the problem. So I have no problem with what you're talking about. So that's a suggestion, and I will take into consideration. So, but if anybody else has got a suggestion, I am listening. But I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about those news anchors. And you really want to know something, Steve? I really don't care, because the fact is I'm all for freedom of speech, brother, but I got to be honest with you. I haven't listened to a news program on TV probably in the last 5 years. And thank God for your program, because everything I get is on your program or on your news that's off your program.
Sure.
And I want to thank you for that, Steve.
All right.
So either way, that's all Jolly Green's got to say tonight. I will be listening. I am driving tonight, and Sex Maniac, unfortunately, is listening tonight. So I just hope to God he stays out of trouble.
There you go.
So either way, have a good night.
All right.
And we'll talk to you later, Steve.
Turn up your radio. I got several emails here, so just go ahead and first of all, Scooter said, shouldn't he be talking to the Social Security Administration rather than the IRS? I don't know if he was confused on that, but obviously now Craig said Social Security actually has an office near Jolly Green there. All you got to do is call and make an appointment, take your birth certificates, proof of identification, birth certificate, blank check, I guess things to identify you. Rex pretty much said the same thing. Jolly Green, call your local office. They'll set up a phone appointment, and all your questions can be answered over the phone with a live person. I just did that this past January here in Ohio. That's from Country Boy. Now, Doughboy said maybe you could try looking up a certified financial planner near you, a CFP. Several options. All right, there you go. But again, as far as like the smartphone thing, I don't know how they do it. But yeah, Lauren, my daughter-in-law, Lisa will call her up, and somehow they get connected, and Lauren can actually see what is on her screen. And she says, all right, scroll up. All right, yeah, click on that. Yeah, okay, click on this. And they go through, and that's the easiest thing. I don't know how they connect the two together, though. That's the one thing I'm not familiar with. All right, we'll get a quick timeout. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I know many had been anxiously wondering, because inquiring minds would like to know. Or maybe you could care less. Jolly Green probably doesn't care. Because we're talking about, he doesn't drink alcohol, so he could care less. But is the whole boycott of Anheuser-Busch actually doing anything, doing any harm? Well, it looks like the numbers are pretty overwhelming. Yes. Bud Light sales are tanking amid the ongoing controversy over their decision to partner with the transgender activist. Sales of the famous lager fell 21% by volume and 17% by dollars for the week ending April 15th. Now, that's a full 10 days ago already. Those numbers are staggering, according to the beer newsletter Insights Express. Right now, this is an extremely difficult scenario for Anheuser-Busch, the Bud Light brand, and for Anheuser-Busch distributors. Last week's numbers, a sharp fall from the sales drop they saw in the first week of the controversy. for the week ending April the 8th, the first week after that announced sponsorship. On April the 1st, Bud Light sales were down 6% in dollars and 11% in volume. To make matters worse for Anheuser-Busch, the top competitors are benefiting from the controversy. Coors Light and Miller Lite have both seen massive increases in their sales, nearly 18%. The dismal sales numbers as two of Anheuser-Busch marketing executives, Elisa Heinerscheid, who led the marketing for Bud Light, and Daniel Blake, who led marketing for Anheuser-Busch's mainstream brands, are both on leaves of absence. The decision to step away, according to the Wall Street Journal, was not voluntary. It's not clear when or if either of those executives will ever return. Meanwhile, beer distributors, whom sluggish sales hurt directly, met in Washington, D.C. this past day, where they're looking for a much more pointed, well-developed plan on how Anheuser-Busch might stem the onslaught of negative attention and negative sales, according to Insights Express. Of course, Bud Light tried to quell the outrage last week when they released a new advertisement dipping into patriotism, but the reaction to that ad suggests this is not going to go away easily. Joe Rogan was talking about it on his podcast. As far as that new ad they released, with the Clydesdale, it's "We're all America." He said it's like the dumbest pro-America rah-rah thing. Like, we don't know who you really are now. It's stupid and cliche. It hurts my feelings. It's so dumb. This company is in deep shish kebab, as he put it. Joe Rogan. All right, let's see what's going on with Rainmaker out there. 2 nights in a row. How about that?
Yeah, Steve. It's amazing. The news just gets crazier and crazier all the time, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
But did you see Biden's re-election video?
I've not seen the entire video. I've seen some of the breakdown and some of the highlights. And the one thing I'm seeing that the conservative media are pointing out, not in any form or fashion did his announcement for re-election mention one single positive thing that he's accomplished thus far in his first term.
Yeah. Artificial intelligence and computers, they can take a person. They made a video of Biden where he was initiating the draft, which was a fake, but they used the computer to, do his voice.
Yes.
So when you listen to the re-election thing, it's so perfect that you know good and well that this video, his re-election video, had to be done by AI, because there's no way that he could have put 2 words together anymore, right? So that's scary that somebody's manipulating, using him as a dummy. Someone else is running our country, and they're just using Biden as a picture. That's it. So, but I sent you a lot of emails, news stories, right? It shows how crazy our world's getting.
Yes.
Even in Thailand, too, right?
Yeah, I see that.
But people, common sense has gone out the window. Like, who has an 8-foot alligator in their basement in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania? Did you see that story?
Yes, I was looking at that. Yes, that's unbelievable. I mean,
8-foot alligator is a pet. And, on flights to India, 3 flights has had 3 different incidences of a passenger peeing on another passenger urinating, right?
Yeah, I saw that. I think the Breitbart News said if you're going to be flying to India, you may need to take an umbrella on the flight.
Yeah. And then you see all the arguments and stuff. And then there was a attack on TSA agents in Arizona. And it's just so many The people are getting so angry, even at sports events, sports players, everything. And then traffic, people driving the road rages. It's just, no common sense. And then there was the news story about the video challenges that you see on TikTok where teenagers are trying to outdo the video. And that's killing so many people. It's just no common sense anymore, Then the story about where America's Navy fleet is coming into Thailand. You see that?
Yeah, I saw you got, the USS Nimitz. That's, I guess they're docked there right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. Well, China comes into Thailand too. So can you imagine if both navies were happened to be docked at the same time?
Boy.
That would be kind of odd. All right, my friend, you enjoy your day again. Take care.
All right, thanks for checking in there from Thailand, the Rainmaker. Yeah, he's several of those stories we'll touch on. One of which, these TikTok challenges, that are actually killing young people in this country. Couple actually had an 8-foot pet alligator in their basement in Philadelphia. Yeah, more on those stories coming up here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump says it is inconceivable that President Biden would seek another term in the White House, reacting to the news of the 2024 campaign announced by Biden on Tuesday.
American families are being decimated by the worst inflation in half a century. Banks are failing. The southern border has been abolished.
He said Biden is a failure on foreign relations.
Biden has totally humiliated our nation on the world stage, starting with the Afghanistan disaster.
On that note, U.S. officials say the ISIS mastermind behind a suicide bombing that marked a low point in the hurried Afghanistan pullout has been killed. Back in 2021, 150 people were killed, including 13 U.S. service members when the ISIS bombers struck the Kabul airport. U.S. intelligence reportedly confirms the Taliban was responsible for killing the ISIS leader. President Biden is threatening the use of his veto power. If House Republicans refuse to play ball on spending and the debt limit, the White House and top Democrats want those to be two separate issues. But House Speaker Kevin McCarthy thus far has insisted they be linked as a matter of fiscal responsibility. General Motors is shutting down production of one of its first electric vehicles.
The Chevy Bolt's been a big seller since it came on the market in 2016, but its battery is an older design, and it was the subject of a recall last year due to the danger of a battery fire. So GM will retool its Bolt plant outside Detroit to make the electric versions of the Chevy Silverado pickup and the GMC Sierra. I'm Rich Johnson.
And a new report shows half of New Yorkers can't afford basic needs. The Fund for the City of New York says that 50% don't have enough money to comfortably pay for an apartment, food, and basic health care. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Rivers across the Midwest are flooding as snow melts. The National Weather Service says the Mississippi River in Wisconsin is forecast to crest just over 16 feet this week, its third highest ever. CNN reports this year's rise could result in the worst flood in 20 years in some areas. Most river gauges are in major flood stage along the river from St. Paul, Minnesota to Davenport, Iowa. Over 1 in 10 local election officials say they'll probably quit before the 2024 election. Researchers say the Brennan Center found close to 3 in every 4 officials say they felt more threats than usual in recent years. On a lighter note, fans are reacting to the multiple reports that quarterback Aaron Rodgers has been traded from the Green Bay Packers to the New York Jets.
Absolutely stoked about it, hoping that takes us to the promised land.
They'll probably get a lot of wins this year, young team.
Jets need to be shooken up a little, so this may be it.
The Packers will reportedly swap first-round picks with the Jets this year and also get a second-round pick and sixth-round pick in this week's draft. The Jets get Rodgers, the Packers' first-round selection this year, and a third-round pick this year. And scientists have discovered a planet that's outside of our own solar system. Researchers at University of Georgia used machine learning tools to find the exoplanet. It's believed machine learning tools will be used to detect new planets even more in the future. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, we're back here on a Wednesday, hump day coming on. Midweek already. We're we leave off there? Oh, yeah, the 8-foot alligator. What a lovely pet. Animal control officers removing an 8-foot alligator from a padlocked basement pen in Philadelphia. When we walked up to the padlock, there's this little window on the door, like you see in those prisons in the movies. We all kind of peer in and we just went, oh, crap. The original call to the animal control officers was a request to remove a 5-foot alligator. But the team immediately knew this guy, later named Big Mac, was a whole lot bigger. He was just sitting there kind of looking out. Really made me sad because these animals are actually smart. They're not dumb animals. So it was sad to see this in an environment that's less than ideal when they deserve so much more. Big Mac measures 8 foot long, weighs 127 pounds, is 12 years old. But she had tried getting him out of there. He was stressed. Had one person sitting on his back, just trying to restrain him. Then I was sitting on his tail while someone else was trying to tape his mouth. You could hear him hissing. You wish you could explain to him, no, we're actually going to take you to a better place. But anyway, apparently divorce led to the alligator being surrendered as the owner's ex-wife did not want the reptile living in her basement anymore. Woman reportedly said she didn't have anything to do with feeding or caring for the alligator that had been living in her basement for more than 10 years. Okay. I guess that was a different kind of relationship. I don't know. What's happening this morning, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm out here at the truck stop. Still waiting to get online. I've been waiting for you to put me on. Yeah, Steve, I got a couple things to talk about. You know something, Steve? It shows you this guy, before I get to Tucker Carlson, it shows you, Steve, that this guy, Joe Biden, he's even ashamed to put his name out there in the hat for 2024. You know, he comes out with this fake. He couldn't even do a live deal, Steve, because he knows nobody will show up for his big so-called announcement that he's running for president again. He has to make a pre-recorded video. It comes out at 3 o'clock in the morning while everybody's asleep. Nobody wouldn't have watched it. Nobody wanted to watch it anyway. This guy comes out with a video. This guy, it's just funny, Steve. Like I say, Joe Biden, he give me plenty of material to talk about on your radio show. This guy is so embarrassing. It's with a laugh that's stuck in the whole world. But this guy here, he comes out in the middle of the night with a video. Now who does that, Steve? Were you supposed to come out with that on prime time, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night when everybody watching on television? That's when you come out and announce you running for president. You don't do it at 3 o'clock in the morning. Makes no sense. But like I say, this just shows you. And then here's what's even dumber, Steve. Here's what shows that Joe Biden or whoever works for him that makes his decisions for this guy is even probably dumber than he is. They had the nerve to say that Kamala is going to be his vice president. Again, can you believe that, Steve? Right. Are they that stupid? Huh?
That is correct. You can't make this stuff up.
That's what I'm saying. They give me so much material to talk about. It's just ridiculous. But like I said, I'm not a Democrat. Like I say, anybody listening to tonight, I'm laughing at you right now. So that's like I said, just tell Joe Biden to keep doing what he's doing. He give me plenty of stuff to laugh about. But yeah, Steve, now here's the deal. Why I'm saying what I'm saying. This guy here has the nerve to say that he wants to finish the job that he started. Well, what job is that, Joe Biden? Finish flushing America down the toilet.
Bingo.
Is that the job you want to finish in the next 4 years,
That's
Mr.
it.
Biden?
That's
because
it.
What
That's it.
Yeah,
You're right.
Finish
That's it. Yep.
Yeah. It's like I say, it's crazy, Steve. Let me just discuss a couple of things. Let's look at some of the things that Joe Biden has accomplished in the first 3 years of his presidency. See, he left Americans in Afghanistan, left over billions of dollars worth of military material for the Taliban to take over. Border is wide open. Anybody that want to come in can come on in. Border wide open. And people from all nations are just walking right into the United States of America. Now we got the fuel prices sky high. Diesel, whether it be diesel or gas, sky high. People can't even afford to drive. You got crime out of control. Cities all over America. You got Walmart locking their doors because people are stealing so much. Because a lot of people out of work, thanks to this clown. People out of work, Steve, and so they busted in just taking what the hell they want out of a Walmart. So Walmart closing up their doors, locking people out. This is what you want to finish out, Joe Biden. This is what you say you're doing a good job, my man. Like I said, Steve, the Democrats, they ought to be ashamed of themselves to even run this guy for president. Now, let me get on to Tucker Carlson right quick, Steve. I got bad. Let me tell Fox News, get him a piece of, let them know what the deal is. That you did Tucker Carlson a favor by terminating his contract because he's already been offered jobs by other people, by Glenn Beck. He can even go work for Bill O'Reilly, and he probably can work for Donald Trump. And he don't have to have a muzzle on what he says. He can say and do whatever he wants to do. He get his own radio or television program. Like I said, you did him a favor. And like I said, Tucker Carlson, I guess just like Bill O'Reilly said, and I heard the other guy, Glenn Beck say, I listened to Glenn Beck's show today. Glenn Beck said he's making more money than he ever thought about making at Fox. They did him a favor when they released him from Fox, Glenn Beck. So Tucker Carlson, don't go in the hide out and stay. He still hasn't made a statement. He doesn't have nothing to feel bad about. He ought to be happy they terminated his contract because now he can do his own thing and he can say and do what he want to do. And you know something, Steve, let me say one other thing. You know, a couple of months ago, I was telling you I thought that this governor of Florida might be a good potential candidate for Trump, vice president. But after seeing him after the last couple, now I see why Donald Trump calls him these different names because he is as crooked as a snake. I don't trust this guy, and so it's a good thing. Now Tucker Carlson, I wouldn't mind seeing him put his name in the hat for vice president for Donald Trump in 2024 if he decides to get in the game. So hopefully Donald Trump will get in contact with Tucker Carlson, and maybe him and Tucker can work out a deal. And anybody, and here, let me say one last thing, Steve. I've been telling people this for years. It was always CNN. Anybody who has any doubts in what I'm saying, now you can go ahead and disconnect Fox off your cable program. Well, while you disconnect CNN, make sure you disconnect both of them so you don't have none of that garbage on your television. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, there you go, Eagle. He's on a roll. Let's see. I think somebody has maybe some advice for Jolly Green. I can pull him up here. Oh, is it Red or Fred?
Hey, hi, Steve.
Hi there.
Red, R-E-D, yeah.
Hi, Red.
Hey, I just went through all this with the Social Security, and they'll you call your local office, they'll make an appointment over the phone,
mm-hmm.
and if they need anything sent in, I made sure I sent it certified mail, where they sign that they got the information.
Mm-hmm.
But the big thing with me, I was getting a union pension too, but I didn't know how much I was going to get. So I didn't know how much taxes to take up. So they'll tax 80% if you're under 65 and 50% if you're over 65. But they'll ask you how much tax you want to take up.
Okay.
So that's the one thing you have to figure out. But you could do it all over the phone and through the mail. It's pretty simple.
So the idea, I guess he's not real smartphone savvy, which I'm not real smartphone savvy either, but I having a hard time logging in. He doesn't have to do it on the app. He could actually just make a phone call and do it over the phone.
That's what I did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Because there's people that still don't have smartphones.
That's true. That's correct.
Yeah. So, but I did everything over the phone. And make sure his phone's charged up because they keep you on hold a long time, when you go to make the appointment.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But they took everything over the phone. Yeah, it was pretty simple.
Very good.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Well, all right. Well, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being with us, Red, and have a great night. And looking at 16 past the hour. Let's see. It's 844-3388. Pappy was talking to me a few weeks ago. He said he was going looking at some of these. Have you seen some of these TikTok challenges? Yeah, teenagers that get online. I mean, it's been going on for years. I mean, how many years ago was it where they had, what was it? They were eating the Tide Pods, the laundry detergent pods. Then you had the one where they were, what was it? You're sticking a condom up your nose to try to sniff it through and pull it out of your, crazy. I mean, it's stupid things. But some of these challenges are deadly. The father of a 13-year-old who died doing a TikTok challenge is warning parents about technology for their children and perceptions of social media that parents may have. Justin Stevens, father of the Ohio boy who died attempting the Benadryl challenge, spoke after burying his son. The boy was declared brain dead, taken off life support by a family. The online dare consists of taking 6 times the recommended dose of the allergy drug to allegedly produce hallucinations. He had no idea what he's doing, according to his dad. He was just a kid. Made a bad decision. Now, he described his son's phone usage as having a lifeline, denying access to his father when he tried to see what was on his phone. Anytime that I ever tried to get into his phone, he would set up the passcode or something, and he'd hold to it that he's not letting me into his phone. So I would just take the phone. I believe technology today is actually a downfall. Whatever happened to playing with Matchbox or Hot Wheels cars in the mud on the side of the house all day? He also criticized the TikTok app and said that he assumed it was kid-friendly, displaying content like funny things, a funny person singing a song. They sit back and make billions of dollars, and I can't even wake up and say hello to my kid anymore. The boy's grandmother previously stated that the teenager started spending more and more time on his phone and was very curious that he spent increasing amounts of time watching videos on YouTube and TikTok. Spokesperson for TikTok responded to the tragedy and said the company's deepest sympathies go out to the family. At TikTok, we strictly prohibit and remove content that promotes dangerous behavior with the safety of our community as a priority. We've never seen this type of content trend on the platform, and we have blocked searches for years to help discourage copycat behavior. They said the app does not permit users to share content depicting, promoting, normalizing, or glorifying dangerous acts that may lead to injury or death. Stevens warned parents, take things slow, noting, of course, Benadryl is available over the counter. I've said it over and over. As parents, we live in a fast-paced environment. Everybody's moving 100 miles an hour. I'd just say slow down. Once they're gone, they're gone. And we'll return into, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, next up, who we got here? I believe Night Moves, if the screen is correct. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Night Moves. What's happening?
All right. First of all, Jolly Green, talking about his thing there.
Mm-hmm.
Just recently, my wife, I believe she went on the Social Security website, and because I'm looking at retirement myself, she wanted to see how much, I could get.
Mm-hmm.
And she did all the info on there and had it all online. And they sent me, it was like a week later, a paper in the mail that told everything, my whole work history, how much I made, and how much I'd get for retirement and all that for like 62 on up to 67 or something. So it's pretty simple if he gets on that Social Security website.
Okay.
But anyway, the reason I'm really calling in, I'm having a problem. We got a safety director. It's about this 16-hour rule. You know how he's telling us that we can't use it. And I've read some stuff about it. I just want to know if anybody knows exactly how it works, or maybe you might. But I do like one overnighter a month, and then I'm at the same home terminal every day. And he's a new safety guy anyway. He's telling us we can't use the 16-hour rule. It's a short haul thing, only within a 100-mile air radius is allowed to use it. And a lot of us drivers at our terminal, we're thinking it's different, that we can use it as long as we're, out of the same terminal and back every day. I just wanted to see if there's any drivers out there that know exactly how it works. Because he's telling us we're going to get rolled up if we try to use it.
Okay.
Do you know anything about it?
I mean, typically you got your 14-hour day, and what's that? That's an exemption that gives you 2 extra hours, but it's only under certain circumstances, right? Isn't that like if you get caught in a snowstorm or something? That was my understanding.
Yeah, it's either, what we're thinking is there's a thing in there. It says if you're at the same location, say like I leave from my home terminal and I go out and do my deliveries, usually we're 500 miles a day, and then we're right back to the same place. If you're within 5 days or 6 days of doing that continuously, you can use that 16 hour for one day out of that week. What we thought it was. Here, I'll just read you a thing that I got. He sent all of us drivers a text message. It says, "Good afternoon, drivers. Any driver knowingly using 16-hour short haul exemption." Wait a minute, where am I at? When they go outside of 100 air miles, will be written up. Short haul exemption is for drivers that do not leave 100 air miles with any 8-day period. And I know there's drivers out here that are listening that probably use that. And we're all thinking if we're at the same home terminal, 6 days, 7 days, whatever it is, we can use that exemption once a week as long as we're in, that period. Now, if you do like right now, I'm going to Minnesota. I'll do a 10-hour when I get to Minnesota. I won't be able to use it this week unless I go to, the continuous 5 days at my same terminal. And I just want to know if there's any other drivers out there that know exactly how it works, because I'm kind of confused on it.
Okay, that's a good question.
So, anybody out there knows, I'll be listening.
Very good. All right, I've pulled up already. This is a breakdown. The 16-hour rule, an exception to the 14-hour limit that may apply to short-haul drivers under appropriate circumstances. If a driver typically comes back to their work reporting location each day and goes home at the end of their workday, they may qualify for the 16-hour short-haul exemption. Let's see. The 16-hour exemption allows drivers to extend the 14-hour driving window to 16 hours one time every 7 consecutive days when they meet certain conditions and their driving will not be negatively impacted. Now, the 16-hour rule does not extend the 11 hours of allowed driving time within the 14 or 16-hour window, they explain. Next question, how do drivers qualify for the 16-hour exemption? So hold that thought. We'll come back and pick up there after the news break.
USA News Update. A new poll released today shows a majority of Americans don't want either President Biden or former President Trump to run in 2024. The Reuters Ipsos poll found that 45% of Democrats don't want Biden to run again, compared to 34% of Republicans who say the same about Trump. The poll coming out the same day Biden released a video formally announcing that he is running in 2024.
Every generation of Americans has faced a moment when they have to defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights.
The president's already said Vice President Kamala Harris will be his running mate. Scientists in Oklahoma think they found a link between diet and autoimmune disease. The researchers say it could be key in preventing multiple sclerosis. The research found that a high-fat, low-carb, and fiber-enriched diet prevented the onset of MS symptoms in mice. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, see if I can get through this. I think High Pressure Pumping maybe can chime in on this as well for the 16-hour rule. I see he's holding on there. How do drivers qualify for the 16-hour exemption? To override the 16-hour rule and extend their driving window, the FMCSA, the guide gives drivers a strict set of criteria, it says. Return to your work reporting location that day, as well as for your last 5 duty tours. A duty tour is the period of time from when you come to work to when you leave work. That's your work day, the time between your off-duty periods of at least 10 consecutive hours. You must be released from duty within 16 hours after coming on duty. You must only use this exemption once every 7 consecutive days, unless you took 34 consecutive hours off to restart a 7 or 8 day period. You may not use this exemption if you qualify for the non-CDL short haul exemption. The 16-hour rule is in place to allow drivers who are close to home to make it back, even with some unforeseen delays or unusual circumstances. Again, it does not extend the actual drive time allowed, the 11-hour drive time, and should not jeopardize the safety of drivers. Let's see. How do you enter exemptions for the 16-hour rule. Records are important in trucking. In order to be able to prove compliance with DOT regulations, drivers must adhere to the policies and practices in place with their company for entering a 16-hour exception. Generally, either a driver or a fleet manager must record the total driving time over the last week, the exact release time for the driver to finish duty each day, the total hours of service per day, both driving and on duty, the time that each fleet driver reported to duty. I'm not seeing anything here about, like the 150-mile thing that he was talking about. This is not the actual FMCSA website. I'm trying to pull that up, but yeah, that's going to be the whole. It's about 27 pages long. Maybe let's get over the high pressure pump, and maybe he knows the answer.
Hey, yeah, has nothing to do with air miles, has nothing to do with miles. It's very simple. Your past, this is per DOT, your past 5 working days, not days of the week, your past 5 working days, start and stop from the same location. Doesn't have to be a terminal. It can be a truck stop. I start and stop every day from my house. Past 5 working days, start and stop, same location. And you can use, and once you use it once, you have to have a 34-hour restart until you use it again. But very simple. Start and stop, same location, past 5 working days. You can use it.
Okay.
Like us, if I have to use it, I have to call my safety director. He'll look back, make sure I start and stop, make sure I'm qualified, and then he'll turn it on my ELD. But that's all it is, start and stopping. And another issue that gets abused by a lot of drivers, and you get the right DOT officer, you are a sitting duck, is abusing adverse driving, or that's another term for PCing. Getting stuck in a traffic jam for 2-3 hours and using adverse driving to get 2-3 hours down the road, you're a sitting duck. You get the wrong DOT officer, he will nail you to the wall for that. Adverse driving is to simply get yourself off the road. If you were stuck in a traffic jam and you ran out of hours in a traffic jam or shut down highway for a fatality or something, it's simply to get yourself off the road to a safe location. And the right DOT officer, he could pull up where you started that. And he'll say, why'd you run 3 hours down the road when you could have ran 20 minutes down the road to a rest area or a truck stop? I know many people who abuse that, and you're a sitting duck. They will nail you to the wall if you get the right DOT officer. But yeah, the 16-hour rule, start and stop past 5 working days, same location, wherever that may be, and then you qualify to use it.
And I got an Eskimo mom just popped up. She said that her company won't let them use the 16-hour rule because she said we do Lexington and Louisville, which is beyond the 125 air miles limit. I guess, do we need to get into the FMCSA book to find? Because
I run my turn. I run 630 miles a day to do my turn. My farthest location from Fort Wayne is Terre Haute, Indiana, which is well over the 125 air mile. The air mile has nothing to do with it. It's about your start and stop, same location. That's what qualifies you.
Okay. Why is it? It seems like every time we get into a question about the rules and regulations, we always get 3 different answers. Like I said, I mean, let me see here. Interstate Truck Driver's Guide. This is the actual from the FMCSA. And I think this is kind of it was pretty much a copy and paste from the story I was sharing, which was from an actual trucking company. If you usually come back to your work reporting location and go home at the end of your workday, you might be able to use the 16-hour short haul exception, allowing you to extend the 14 hours to 16 hours once every 7 consecutive days. In order to use this, you must do the following. You must return to your work reporting location that day, as well as for your last 5 duty tours. That's what High Pressure Pumping just said. They describe the duty tour, the period of time from when you come to work to when you leave work. That's the work day. Must be released from duty within 16 hours after coming on duty. Must only use this once every 7 consecutive days unless you took the 34 hours off the restart. And this regulation is found in Section 395.1. All right, 18 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. 5-7, yeah, take 2.
Well, I couldn't drive a truck anymore in that kind of situation. I absolutely love the Saturday. Run a timesheet. I leave the house at midnight. Run on several different routes, I seem like I'm always getting home at, anywhere from 12:30 to 2. And, I never think, I don't even look at a clock and just keep going. Agricultural, they don't, 30 minutes ain't nothing because you're stopping here, stopping there,
right,
waiting to load, waiting to unload. So it's a stress-free driving. I mean, it's just wonderful. I mean, going back to what the question you asked, I heard your question about us heading into the swamp, so wouldn't let me talk on this Tucker Carlson thing. Hey, my vote is I'm going to vote against all of them. My vote is he goes on the show with The View. What do you think?
That needs to be on the wage thing. Yeah, that needs to be on there. 50,000 to 1 odds, right?
Oh, but yeah, old Whoopi can't handle a few of the conservatives to get on there. Old Whoopi be turning red, and that redhead be turning purple. So that would be a good show. Throw Dan Bongino on there with that. I mean, yeah, why not? It would be a show. Throw this out there. Hey, I vote on speed limiters. We all go back to 55 miles an hour like I did in the beginning for from 78 to what was it, 92, I think, in the East Coast. Finally, the 65 mile an hour limits. I did it with 18 cents a mile. We got her done, and I survived. Whatever they decide, Right now, it wouldn't matter because if I stay on route the fastest speed, like what I'm getting on right now, 17, going up to Charleston, it's just 60 mile an hour. So I'm basically under the 62 limit anywhere I go. And after talking to Moose one Saturday morning on this truck, because everybody's saying it's a gas hog, everybody runs it too fast, all this. Talked to Moose, and he said, how fast you going? I told him 55, He said, well, you have rear ends were wrong for the truck, and they were geared too low. And he said, he told me what the RPMs and what the speed should be. So now I don't let this thing go over 1,400 RPM. That sets me at 61 miles an hour. And they can't figure out how come I am, getting better fuel mileage. Finding out that the Caterpillar runs maximum proficiency at 1,400. So I've become a superhero. Hey, me and Moose bumped heads a few times in the past, but man helped me out, I'm going to always give him thanks for doing what he's doing. He made me look like a genius. But no, this Tucker Carlson thing, like I said, I Bud Lighted them. I mean, I'm just doing anything I can, but if people do that, the same thing, maybe this. But it comes down to this: when you have a politician like Chuck Schumer, and who knows what other kinds of power, you know, the FBI, the CIA, that can go after the head of Fox. Somebody had to go, and you know, that's what they're doing right now. They can't argue their case of liberalism against the conservatives, so now they're going to try to sue them, every one of them, out of existence. So just keep your eyes open, and it just maybe have conservatives going to have to start turning around and suing the others, because you know what? Anytime you hear a liberal say we're against clean water and clean air, you know, go after them, you know, for, you know, I'm sorry, it's the way that, hey, lawsuits, that's the American way, I guess. So other than that, what a great show tonight. We're going to sit back and copy the mail.
There you go.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, 5-7. He's out of the swamp. So I see here, yeah, who sat in Tucker's slot this past evening? Let's see. According to the report, Fox News started their 8 o'clock hour, typically hosted by Tucker Carlson, until the news of his departure, with the briefest of announcements regarding the programming change. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Fox News Tonight, said substitute Brian Kilmeade, best known as one of the longtime hosts of Fox and Friends, The Morning Show. He said, I'm Brian Kilmeade. As you probably have heard, Fox News and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. I wish Tucker the best. I'm great friends with Tucker and always will be. But right now, it's time for Fox News Tonight, so let's get started. That's it. The official Fox News Twitter account appeared to make no mention of Carlson's replacement Monday night. Yeah, comments on the post showing the video of Kilmeade's brief opening were pretty much uniformly negative. Of course, Carlson and Fox are also defendants in a couple of other lawsuits. Yeah, a lot of folks say, I tuned out after 30 seconds. Yeah, we'll see if the fallout really goes on. Will it be kind of like a Bud Light? Is it going to be an Anheuser-Busch of Fox News? 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostромSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at 9 before the hour. Yeah, so, Sleepy Joe officially made the announcement Tuesday. As Eagle mentioned, releasing a video in which he trumpets the importance of freedom. No grand fanfare announcements surrounded by supporters. A video to which he says every generation has a moment when they have to stand up for democracy, to stand up for their fundamental freedoms. I believe this is ours. That's why I'm running for re-election as President of the United States. Join us. Let's finish the job. That's the one that got Eagle. Finish the job? What job? Finish flushing the country down the toilet? Finish the job based on Biden's records. That actually sounds like a threat, said Senator Tom Cotton. He tweeted out 40-year inflation, a stagnating economy, turning over Afghanistan to the Taliban, China flexing its muscles over Taiwan, chaos in the Middle East. Give him 4 more years. He'll finish the job, all right. What Joe Biden means by let's finish the job means worsening crime rates, more economic struggles, higher inflation, exacerbated border crisis, America's enemies further emboldened, increased attacks on religious liberty and our constitutional rights. Hell no, said Senator Ted Cruz. Country music star John Rich, who also is in the fray with the Anheuser-Busch thing, said, yes, Joe stands up for fundamental freedoms unless it involves the First or Second Amendment, search and seizure, or the ability to exercise bodily autonomy when it comes to rejecting a dangerous, feckless vaccine. Other than that, he's all about freedom. Of course, the left wing, including Barack Obama, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, current California Governor Gavin Newsom, all expressing their support. Obama tweets, proud of all that Joe and his administration have accomplished these last few years. He's delivered for the American people, and he'll continue to do so once he's reelected. Hillary says Joe and Kamala, the best people for the job of defending our democracy, fighting for our rights, and making sure everyone has a fair shot. Join me in becoming part of their re-election campaign starting today. If Biden secures the Democrat nomination and former President Donald Trump manages to win the Republican nomination, we could very well face a rematch of the 2020 election. Joe, of course, who is 80 right now, would be 86 by the end of a second term. Trump, who is currently 76, would be 82 by the end of a second term. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Yeah, Eagle wanted to finish up. Go ahead, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, Steve. When Biden, like I was saying before, with Biden and the situation, some other things. It's hard for me to believe. You talking about all these other Barack Obama, Clinton, and other people. I just seen on my phone that Bernie Sanders says that he's endorsing Joe Biden. Now, I want to ask you a question. Well, I already know what the answer is. You mean to tell me, Steve, that all the millions and millions of people in the United States of America that call themselves a Democrat, there's nobody else that they can find for the run for president? Nobody. Oh, but like I said before, all they're doing is making it easier for Donald Trump. Donald Trump made a video today himself, Steve. I don't know if you've seen that video, and he was basically saying the same thing I said about Joe Biden, all the faves that this man has said. And Donald Trump basically called him out. He said, Joe Biden, he said, I'll be your worst nightmare if me and you come up on the debate stage. Can you imagine all the material that Donald Trump will have to use on Joe Biden if him and Joe Biden step to the same podium in 2024, Steve? It'll be like a steamroller right over Joe Biden. That'll be the Democrats' worst nightmare, to have Donald Trump on a debate stage with Joe Biden, with Joe Biden's accomplishments over the last 4 years, because there are none. And anybody that will watch that debate, I already know who the winner of it is before it even happens. Donald Trump would be the winner, because Donald Trump accomplished more in his 4 years in the White House than Mr. Biden ever thought about accomplishing. So, like I said before, Steve, and I'm saying this to I don't think you got too many Democrats that listen to your show, but if you do have one, I've said this so many times, anybody that votes for Joe Biden, if you haven't seen enough of this guy in the last 3 years, anybody that votes for Joe Biden in 2024 has to be brain dead, or something psychologically is wrong with you. Or either you're not living in the same country I'm living in, because there is no reason for anybody to go to a voting booth in America and place their name in the voting box for Joe Biden. If you care anything about your family, if you care about anything about America, Joe Biden is the last man you want to see in the White House in 2024. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be the only one. There are others, kind of tossing their hat in the ring, seeking the Democrat nomination. I would think there's definitely going to be more. But who might actually get it? Yet to be determined.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. U.S. officials say the mastermind behind the 2021 Kabul airport suicide bombing has been killed. That bombing killed more than 150 people, including 13 U.S. service members. The ISIS operative was killed by the Taliban this month in Afghanistan. The U.S. says they were not involved in the operation. President Biden is speaking for the first time since formally announcing he's running for re-election via video this morning. Biden addressing union members in Washington, D.C.
Our economic plan is working. We now have to finish the job, but there's more to do.
Biden said he's proud to be the most pro-union president in American history and said he's created more than 12 million jobs in his first 2 years. Former President Trump is reacting to President Biden's official announcement that he's running again in 2024.
You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done.
Speaking on his Truth Social platform, Trump criticized Biden for record inflation, recent bank failures, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and immigration. Washington state has become the 10th state to ban the sale of assault rifles. Democratic Governor Jay Inslee said at the bill signing that no one needs an AR-15 to protect their family. That was just one of a number of gun safety bills he signed into law today. A GOP plan to raise the debt ceiling is continuing to draw fire from the White House. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says Kevin McCarthy's proposal would destroy the economy.
The Speaker's legislation would increase the odds of a recession, cost 780,000 jobs, weaken the economy, and increase the unemployment rate.
Jean-Pierre urged House Republicans to take the threat of default off the table and have separate talks on the budget and spending with the president and congressional leaders. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
SpaceX has been grounded temporarily by the FAA. They're launching what they call a mishap investigation into the SpaceX explosion over South Texas. The agency will look into the large amount of sand and debris that was kicked up and decide whether a future launch would affect public safety. Elon Musk's company will need to ask the FAA to amend their launch license to gain clearance for another test flight. As the push to make all automakers go all-electric is on, General Motors is shutting down production of one of its first electric vehicles.
The Chevy Bolt's been a big seller since it came on the market in 2016, but its battery is an older design, and it was the subject of a recall last year due to the danger of a battery fire. So GM will retool its Bolt plant outside Detroit to make the electric versions of the Chevy Silverado pickup and the GMC Sierra. Once that retooling is done, GM says it will be able to build 600,000 electric trucks a year. I'm Rich Johnson.
Harry Belafonte has died at the age of 96. The singer, actor, and civil rights activist, who was called the King of Calypso, was best known for popularizing Caribbean folk songs in the 1950s. Hundreds of drag queens from all across Florida speaking out against the state's Protection of Children bill.
We've been against local municipalities and laws all of my career, and as long as drag has been in existence.
Darcel Stevens organized today's event. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Back at it here on a Wednesday as we cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page now, all right? 26th day of April. Hump Day. All right, let's see. Also under industry headlines, the U.S. Senate is expected to vote today, Wednesday, on a resolution aimed at overturning the EPA's stringent emission mandate for heavy-duty trucks. The EPA's final rule that was announced back in December and took effect on March 27th will impose strict clean air standards for heavy-duty trucks beginning with model year 2027. Now, back in February, Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska introduced a Congressional Review Act resolution to overturn the rulemaking, which has received 36 co-sponsors. Fischer says this aggressive EPA rule will hit mom-and-pop operations the hardest. For trucks to be compliant with the new over-regulation, it will be cost-prohibitive for small business owners. Of course, OOIDA supports the resolution to overturn the mandate. According to Todd Spencer, if small business truckers can't afford the new compliant trucks, they're going to stay with the older, less efficient trucks or leave the industry entirely. Once again, the Environmental Protection Agency has largely ignored the warnings and concerns raised by truckers in this latest rule. Now, expecting a down-to-the-wire vote, OOIDA sent out emails this past day to their members in Arizona, Montana, and West Virginia to encourage drivers in those states contact your respective lawmakers to vote in favor of Fischer's resolution, knowing how closely the divide in the Senate is. So that means they're asking members in those states to contact, if you're Arizona, contact Senator Kyrsten Sinema. Let's see, John Tester in Montana or Joe Manchin there in West Virginia. Again, the vote on that is expected to come down sometime today in the Senate. There is a companion bill in the House of Representatives as well. In the meantime, well, let's get back to the calls here. Vic, got you coming up momentarily. I think Philip is on board. Off to work we go.
Another hump day, right?
Yeah, right.
We're out on it again. So what was that EPA regulations? You said that mandate you just talked about. What were they going to do with that, Steve? Is that 4 years they want that to happen?
It kicks in 2027, and progressively it gets worse, and we're more stringent on the emissions and whatnot for the internal combustion engines through the year 2030. It's all part of the push to go to electric or alternative vehicles.
Well, let's look at it like this by just today's numbers. Okay, so if I wanted to convert my fleet over to a fleet of Tesla semis, it's about $250,000 a truck. Do you really think a mom and pop operation has $250,000 to go buy a tractor?
Hell no.
I mean, come on, let's be realistic. Do you think that a one truck owner operator would have enough money to buy that truck? Absolutely not. I mean, some of these guys out here can barely afford it when they blow a motor up in their truck. I mean, come on. Yep. I mean, everybody has pushed the limits so many years, and it's like you want everybody to convert over this. When they do this, it's just a scheme for big companies to survive, and the little guys are going to get knocked down, which is not right. Because in the big picture, especially if you look at the industry now, even more now, those little guys are pulling the backbone of what the big guys can't do because they're being hired to do it. You know, so when companies can't find that extra driver for that load, they're going to hire an owner-operator. I mean, it's happening right now down here in Florida with a company called TG Lee. Have you ever heard of that company, Steve? TG Lee?
Doesn't ring a bell, no.
All right, TG Lee is one of the biggest milk processors in the state of Florida. They deliver milk to their milk is in every store down here, from Walmart to Walgreens, you name it. Well, right now, TG Lee in Central Florida can't get enough drivers, so they're hiring third-party drivers. Those third-party drivers are the little guys. Now, some of them are questionable what they're running. I mean, some of the guys are running pure junk. I hate to say it that way, but it's that way. But that's the backbone of what's going on now in today's trucking deal. You know, and I'm seeing it a lot more. The owner-operators, they need to stick up for this. They really do. I'm not saying we need to all run older trucks. Don't get me wrong, but these newer trucks and what they've done to them is just ridiculous. And the electric trucks are far from what anybody's reach is going to be. There's only two companies that have the production line set up for electric trucks, and that's Peterbilt and Tesla. They're the only two companies that have a product that's out there is tried and proved. So, as far as that other thing about the laws, now there's a word mentioned that you guys mentioned in that the whole time. Didn't you use the word short haul, Steve, in that deal with the logbook, the 16-hour rule? Wasn't that brought up into the deal there when you were reading all those regulations?
That was, yeah, supposed part of it, yeah.
Okay, so that term, short haul. So what everybody needs to do is they need to get a hold of the FMCA and figure out, what does that term short haul mean? Does it mean 120 air miles? Does it mean 150 air miles? It seems like to me with a 16-hour rule like that, it would be great for an LTL driver that wanted to work a long week. Or it would be great for a regional driver. But it seems like to me, the law was intended for somebody that was in a mediating circumstance, like say, driver earlier mentioned traffic jam. What about a snowstorm? What about a problem with a truck? That's what it was developed for. Now, are guys weaving the system? Absolutely. Truck drivers will always do that because, you know what? The more that truck runs, the more money it makes. If it's sitting at the yard, it ain't making no money. And that's the way it is. So if somebody's playing the deal with the 16-hour rule, that's great. And the driver was talking earlier, I'm not sure what the the guy you were talking to, he said he left from his house and comes back to his house. Now, technically, what happens if you have an LTL driver or a driver that runs out of a terminal on a daily basis? He has to drive to that terminal back and forth. Now, what about the time frame that he has to drive his vehicle from that terminal to his house? Should that be included in that 16-hour rule? That's a good question about it. So you're never going to get a straight answer from any guys like that, Steve, that's been in the industry, because I'm going to tell you what, everybody has played the system. I mean, Moose has said that many times about truck drivers. So you guys have a good one. That's all I have to say today. Thank you very much, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you much there. Philip, have a good morning. Yes. Well, we typically jump on some space stuff. He mentioned last evening, though, following the Starship launch last week, that ended 4 minutes after liftoff, but they got the damn thing off the ground, which that was a success in their words. But the picture on the ground was a bit grimmer. When the dust cleared at Starbase after liftoff, a scene of wreckage as the 33 first-stage Raptor engines blew out a crater beneath the launch mount, pummeling the nearby infrastructure with flying chunks of cement and other debris. The Starbase's orbital launch mount does not have a flame trench, a structure designed to deflect the plume exhaust away from the pad during liftoff. Those flame trenches are pretty common features at pads that host launches of powerful rockets. NASA, for example, recently built a new one at the Kennedy Space Center's Pad 39B so they could support liftoffs of the SLS system, the massive mega rocket there. All right. Aspiring to have no flame diverter there in Boca. This could turn out to have been a mistake, according to Elon Musk. This is not to imply that he's second-guessing that decision, but indeed, he seems to think the company still has a way maybe to move forward at Starbase that does not involve a flame trench. Last Friday, he said SpaceX started building a massive water-cooled steel plate to go under the launch mount. Started to build that 3 months ago. The plate wasn't ready to go in time for the debut Starship launch, but they went ahead with it anyway, figuring that the orbital mount's underlying concrete, a special heat-resistant type of concrete called Fondag, would survive the liftoff. The company based that determination on data from Starship's first full-force static fire when those 33 first-stage engines were commanded to briefly fire while the vehicle was anchored to the ground. 31 of the 33 did fire, 2 failed to ignite. But that static fire did not deliver the full power of an actual launch. We're still early in analysis, but the force of those engines when they throttled up last week shattered the concrete rather than simply eroding it. The engines were only at half thrust for the static fire test, so we should know soon enough if that steel plate will be adequate protection as we go forward. But he does say that they're planning to be ready to try another Starship launch, he said, in 1 to 2 months. In pretty quick turnaround there. All right, we got Vic, got you coming up next here. Hey, there's a Mike on board coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let's get back to the calls. Hey, Vic, what's going on?
Oh, not a lot. I called in about that deal with Anheuser-Busch and everything, but when I heard Phil talking, I just happened to turn on a documentary today about Wernher von Braun and our whole missile program. And back in 1957, when the Soviets launched Sputnik, oddly enough, that same week or right after that, they had a very large magnetic storm, and the Aurora Borealis, or the Northern Lights, lit up about half of the United States, and everybody was just sure that the launch had something to do with it, or Sputnik, or whatever. But that was kind of when you were talking about the magnetic storm we've had recently. Mm-hmm. I was thinking about that, and all the preachers in the pulpits were saying, you know, what drastic, you know, was close to the end of time and all that stuff. But anyway, the deal with Wernher von Braun and the space program, as you probably know, they came over in something called Operation Paperclip, to where the Soviet Union and the United States decided to divide the German scientists among each of them, and somehow we wound up with Wernher von Braun, who was the best of the best there in space scientists. And he was surreptitiously using a Redstone missile program in Huntsville, Alabama, to prepare to go to space. And so when the Soviets, when their stolen German scientists got them into space, it wasn't Soviet scientists that did that. It was the German scientists, regardless of what the communist propaganda says. But anyway, Eisenhower gave him the task of getting to space, and he basically told the other people, well, we could probably do it now, but we need to delay it for 2 or 3 months to act like we've been working on this for a while. And then that's whenever we came along with the satellite program right after that. And then Eisenhower decided to separate the satellite program from a military program, and that was the beginning of NASA. But it was pretty interesting documentary about how we wound up going to space and how we recovered so quickly. And a lot of the scientists that worked on that said, you know, they could have went the same day that the Soviets went had they been given the go-ahead, but they hadn't been given the go-ahead. And I know whenever I was in college, there were people that, kids that I was going to college with, that their parents had worked there at the Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. And their big thrill of the day was Werner Brown used to take a walk every evening. And the big thrill was to go down and watch Nazi take his walk, you know. But that's just that's just kind of a little bit of trivia, I guess you would say. But back on this deal with Anheuser-Busch and also Tucker Carlson has an offer from the Heritage Foundation for a job. Actually, they were offering it to him even before he knew he was fired from Fox. But anyway, back to Anheuser-Busch and get on track here. Years ago, I don't know if you remember this or not, Steve, but there was something called Religion and American Life that all the different large companies and everything adhered to. And it was a feared group, I guess, to take on. But eventually that's been chipped away at till we come down to this woke thing now. And I forget the year, but anyway, it was 6 or 8 years ago that these companies realized that a lot of the homosexual community was actually making good money. And they were trying to figure out how they could advertise to them without alienating the other people. And it was quite there was quite a bit of public coverage of that within the trade papers.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at this Anheuser-Busch thing, that what kind of questions me is when those people, whoever it was that came up with that ad, I'm just curious if they went out on a tangent on their own. And that's what Anheuser-Busch was mad about, because they didn't really get top-level clearance, so to speak, to come out with an ad of that nature. And exactly, you know, what audience were they trying to target? Or because the beer drinking crowd, by and large, you know, they're what's that old song, Red Sox and something and Blue Ribbon beer or something of that nature.
Rednecks,
you know,
White Sox, Blue Ribbon beer, yeah.
Right. You know, and that's kind of the beer drinking crowd, and that's who they always geared to. And I forget the different, you know, the person that founded Anheuser-Busch. I think that was August Busch. And then I believe his son was the one. He was the one that really brought that on board if you'd bought stock in it. When I think they called him number.
Hey, we got to pause there, Vic, because we're up to the news break time. We'll be right back.
USA News Update. President Biden is threatening to break out the veto pen and strike down the House Republican bill to cut government spending and raise the debt limit. This as GOP lawmakers backing the bill still reportedly haven't collected the votes needed to pass it.
They should avoid default, take it off the table, and have a conversation with the president, his administration, about the budget.
The White House says House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's bill to raise the debt ceiling would cut the economy off at the knees. Many economists and top-ranking government officials have warned of catastrophic consequences if the nation is allowed to default on its debts. Washington State is banning the sale of assault rifles, becoming the 10th state to do so. Democratic Governor Jay Inslee said at the signing, "No one needs an AR-15 to protect their family." And that's a quote. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back there. Here on a Wednesday. I got your email there, Pappy, a few minutes ago. The headline from the New York Times: Biden opens a new back door on immigration. Congress has yet to pass an immigration overhaul, but President Biden has used his executive authority to significantly expand the number of legal immigrants entering the USA. Boy, I have to see if we can find more on that one. We'll delve into that here momentarily. All right, welcome back, Vic. Thanks for hanging in there.
All right, yeah, thanks for holding me over there. Yeah, that whole advertising policy thing that I was talking about, I don't know where they got off on this totally woke policy and catering to an infinitesimal part of the consumer society. it just why Anheuser-Busch did that, I have no idea. But I do know that for years their stock was a moneymaker, and like I said, I was thinking it was Gus too. That when I was looking at that, I thought, because he took power about the same time I went to college, and had I taken my college money and bought Anheuser-Busch stock, I'd have been a millionaire by the time I'd have been 30, But that's, hindsight's 2020. And whichever one that was. And then they had another one that came along, and he had a lot of problems. He was a partier, and things kind of went downhill, and then they picked it up again. Then they sold out, and to me, the big thing was, remember, Anheuser-Busch was sold to a foreign company. I forget the name of it.
InBev.
Yeah. Right. And I don't know if that played a role in it or what, but they had gotten way away from their, I guess, their foundation, their moorings or whatever. And the way I used to deal with them a lot, being into the animal feed business, that actually Brewer's dried yeast is one of the best feed ingredients it is, because it concentrates the nutrients. And that's just kind of an offshoot of their business or byproducts or whatever. But and then they used to use hammer mills by a company called Grundler, and I dealt with them some. So anyway, I'm not a beer drinker, so I wouldn't know one way or the other about all the different things. They used to have all they had, but why they chose to go with a ad of that nature, I'm not exactly sure. If somebody just went in there and did it unbeknownst to the powers that be within that company, because I don't know what their power structure is anymore. But it's just they paid a price for it. But the other thing is, I was just thinking during the break there, whenever you talk about all the space programs and stuff, actually there was an American by the name of Goddard. I don't know if you've ever heard his name before or not. He's from Massachusetts. And the Army didn't have an interest in what he was doing back in the 30s. So the Nazis were buying up every patent that he had and financing him his experiments out in I think it was the Nevada desert or wherever it was. So that's really where the foundation of it came from. And whenever NASA got started, they used a company called Wyeth Laboratories for the lubrications and everything originally because of that. So just like I said, that whole space program, we got a lot of benefit out of it in a lot of different ways, and it just like it was not a really organized way. But after President Eisenhower said we're going to establish an agency strictly for that, that was when it really took hold. And real quick, like on the assault rifle thing, remember the so-called assault rifles that they're talking about? Mm-hmm. If we ever go to war, we're going to need small arms. Since there are small arms manufacturers and they're of a conservative bent, it's a unpaid or cost-free reservoir of armament manufacturers. The government doesn't have to pay anything to keep them rolling or anything other than to buy their products. And so I think that wanting to shut down the so-called ARs and all the different guns that they're talking about, I believe that's just another way to weaken America. At least that's the way that I'm thinking of. So, like I said, the whole structure seems to be, whether it's this woke generation or whatever, it's all about weakening America. And it seems like Joe Biden and the current Democrats are all in for it. RFK Jr., I heard him today. He has a totally different outlook on things. He said that the Democrats are totally wrong-headed. And the other thing, too, is with Donald Trump, I don't know when he's ever going to learn that sometimes silence is golden. He came out and said Joe Biden won't make it to the nomination or something to that effect. Now, if anything happens, if some nut decides they want to assassinate Biden, for example, you know exactly what they're going to be saying. You know, Donald Trump put out a dog whistle, you know.
Right.
So that's the one thing that bothers me about Donald Trump is, you know, just keep your mouth shut sometimes and think before you engage your mouth. Oh, one last thing.
I'm sorry. I already clicked the magic twanger there. I think I saw the headline. Trump said something akin to something will happen. Biden will not run. I mean, it's simple as that. Something, what? The whole idea of, we know mentally he's not there. I mean, how the amount of decline we've seen. Of course, he was hidden throughout the whole election cycle in the basement there because of the quote COVID leading up to the 2020 election, and even when he did come out of the basement. Think about the cognitive decline we've seen in the past 2 years. Where the hell is he going to be in 2024, no less, let alone 4 years after that? I think he's simply saying between now and, before the 24 election, it's going to catch up. He's actually lasted longer than I predicted. Said when he, quote, won the election in 2020. I didn't think he'd make it through one year, let alone already 2 years plus, because based on his, again, cognitive decline. But Vic mentioned these bans. Washington, of course, as you hear in the news, becoming the 10th state to ban, quote, semi-automatic weapon sales. Now, what does that mean? Governor Inslee signing 3 gun reform bills, including a ban on semi-automatic weapons, making Washington the 10th state to do so. According to CBS News, among the bills, one of them, House Bill 1240, bans over 50 different gun models, including those which fire 1 bullet per trigger pull and automatically reload for a succeeding shot. Now, the bill does not ban those who currently possess a semi-automatic weapon. Today, Inslee says Washington State is putting the gun industry in its place, improving the health, safety, and lives of our residents. One of the other bills, House Bill 1143, mandates that new gun owners partake in a safety training course. And Senate Bill 5078 would clarify legal liabilities for gun manufacturers who are caught selling to those prohibited from buying guns. Bans are also in place in California, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, and Washington, D.C. And of that list I just mentioned there, how many of those states seem to top the list of gun violence occurring in the streets on any given day? The irony there. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, I guess we can even start out for the West Coast people tonight saying, hey, Mike, what day is it? How did we get here already, Your Honor? Didn't we just do this? Weren't you just...
Hump day.
Anyway, there you go. So anyways, when Jolly Green was on there, any of these websites you go to, to try to do any of these applications, they're all designed for the computers. They're not designed to be smartphone friendly. So if you're trying to do it on your phone or an iPad or a tablet, it's not friendly to that. You actually have to be on a PC to really navigate the websites yet. They don't, they just don't work out that well.
Okay.
I think somebody was right saying he's supposed to go to the Social Security people, not the IRS. I think that would be a good thing to check into. But anyway, so I don't know. There's a lot of ways to remote get into different devices. You know, you can turn your access to your device remotely over to another person, and as you say, you do it through Teams there to do it with Josh. That's a kind of a built-in program in your system there. So it's another software program. But anyway, so that takes care of my knowledge of electronic devices. Any more than that, I'll bust yours if you let me play with it. Anyway, so I guess I'll touch on this extended hours for your hours of service, your 2 hours of extension.
The 16,
high
yes.
pressure pumping was high pressure pumping was absolutely correct. Everything he said. So the regular one that he talked about there was if you start out and return to the same location every day, which is what I do, you can use the 2 hour extension once every 7 days, like you said, unless you have a 34-hour restart in between, and then that'll shorten it up. But you can only use it one. You have to have started and returned for the 5 previous days on that. To be able to use it. You can't lay over somewhere or stop at a different location or start it. Go and use somebody else's truck and start at a different location. You have to actually start it and stop at the same place every day for those 5 previous days. And then you can extend your work day by 2 hours. That does not extend your driving time.
Correct.
You still only have 11 hours of driving time. And as far as the short haul goes, as far as I know, the only restriction is 150 air miles. They've extended it from 12 hours to 14 hours. And some people get the idea there's a restriction of crossing state lines, which there is not. There is no restriction for crossing state lines, because like here where I'm at, I can be in 5 different states and still be within 150 miles, air radius miles of the. And the other thing is that air miles is nautical miles. It is not ground miles. It's nautical miles. So you figure out what the airplanes or the ships use as miles, and a nautical mile is actually longer than a ground mile that we calculate with our trucks. So most of the time you kind of just do it with regular miles, but it's really based on nautical miles.
Correct.
The adverse weather extension. Go ahead. You had no question before we do this?
I was saying that's what they call it, air miles. So yeah, not ground miles.
Correct. So the adverse weather condition that extends your work day by 2 hours. It also extends the driving by 2 hours. So if you run into the point that you've been in weather, snow, rain, fog, traffic jam, accident that you said there, and you've run out of drive time, the adverse driving extends it 2 hours. Now, as high pressure pumping said, they'll hang you out to dry with that if you don't use a safe haven. Now that adverse weather does not have the stipulation of starting and stopping at the same location, and it does not have the stipulation of the 7 days, deal that the other one does. The thing about it says to go to a safe haven. So a lot of times if I'm out and I get hung out where I'm over my 14 hours because of traffic or whatever here in Washington, I'm usually within a half hour of getting back to where I park. So a lot of times I use the adverse condition to get back because the stipulation is being to a safe haven. Now, I can't just park anywhere that most normal trucks can park because of being hazmat. So I'm kind of an anomaly on that I can stretch my distance of driving out and actually go home because my designated parking spot is my safe haven. And we know what the parking issue is here in Maryland, as well as a lot of other places. There's just no place that I could park this to be in a secure facility and be able to leave it to take a 10-hour break because of being a day cab. I actually have to leave the truck. I can't get my 10-hour break in the truck. So I'm kind of an anomaly to the what getting to a safe haven would be for, an over-the-road truck with a sleeper and all that. That's just a normal general freight truck. So that's you kind of got to watch what you're doing. There is a lot of companies that don't allow either of them. Some of them allow one or not the other, and as I say, but there's no stipulation on miles, for using that 14-hour deal and all that. Let's see. Is there any other questions from the audience here?
I guess it's all clear as mud now. Yes, very good.
Yeah. All right.
I think I
somebody,
understood that. I understood that. Yeah. So for your safe haven, though, a Walmart parking lot, for instance, would not be considered a safe haven for a propane tanker.
Is not. And the other thing is most Walmarts don't allow truck parking, as we've heard in the past. They were not designed for tractor trailers. Walmart doesn't want them there, and you will be towed. And then they have to find a towing facility that can actually tow a hazmat, piece of equipment. So there's the next issue. But anyways, I don't know. What else do we have going on? I guess local here in our area, my home county, we got tuberculosis, Your Honor.
Oh,
you
yeah?
want some tuberculosis? I can send you some. Give me your address. I'll put some in a box and send it to you if you like. But, we got a tuberculosis outbreak. So anybody coming to Harford County, Maryland, just kind of watch yourselves. They say you have to be around it for 4 hours straight or something before they say you really get infected by it. You have to be exposed to it for a 4 to 6 hour window. So I guess as long as you pay attention to how long you're around somebody that's hacking away there, you just run away. Run away. But other than that, I don't know. I guess that's about all we got. There was a couple other small things I had going, but as you know, we got busy with other stuff. So anyways, hopefully that. And one last thing for Philip. Wherever you live at, wherever you have to drive to your, starting and stopping point and drive home from, that is not included in the hours of service. It does not affect any of the regulations or anything like that. So your 14-hour to add your 2 hours or your 11 hours driving or any of that, to wherever you domicile at home, and you drive to your starting and stopping location to and from, that time is not included. That's in your off-duty time. So you can live 2 hours away and have 4 hours of commute time and your 10 hours off. And heck, you only need that leaves you 6 hours. You got to, that you have to do something else other than driving back and forth to work. But So anyways, I guess that's about all we got going for you. And I guess we'll listen up and see what else we can learn tonight on the Overnight Drive radio. I don't know.
Quite the educational session here, right? On a Wednesday morning. All right. Thank you much, Mike. What is an outbreak? An individual case? An alert was issued by the Harford County Health Department and Maryland Department of Health on Monday, advising the agencies are working together with the local school district to investigate the reported case. Parents were sent a letter and a fact sheet with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and a robocall was sent out from the county public schools to make the community aware of the situation. Following the confirmation of the case, the health department began contact tracing efforts, which will provide testing and free treatment for anyone connected to the outbreak, officials said. According to the health department, tuberculosis, an infection caused by bacteria that typically, as we know, affects the lungs. Infections and the disease are treatable with medication. The bacteria can live in the body for years without symptoms, though. But once it becomes active, it can begin spreading from person to person. It is estimated upwards of 13 million people in the U.S. live with latent tuberculosis. I guess it's in the body, but it's not active. Symptoms will include feelings of sickness, weakness, weight loss, fever, night sweats, coughing, chest pain, coughing up blood. Tuberculosis is spread through the air from person to person after prolonged exposure in an enclosed space. So this investigation is an important step to help prevent the spread. The case from the Daily Voice there. Okay. TB there in Maryland. I had no idea, though. 13 million people live with that dormant in their system. All right, about a minute before a news break. Hey, I think it was our final call last evening, Double R there. Right at the tail end of our final hour, said, hey, you heard about the gold rush taking place out there? Said, no, a new gold rush? Yeah, based on the incredible rains, the snows that have occurred out west, the Sierra Nevada. It's kind of like they're awaiting maybe a new gold rush. In their lust for riches back in the day. During the gold rush, they moved tons, gargantuan amounts of dirt. Most of those miners displaced the broken loose from the landscape by spraying the hillsides with powerful water cannons that kind of created a human-made mudslide and directed that water through the troughs or slushies to catch the flakes and hopefully nuggets of gold. Well, we've seen the chain of atmospheric river events that California has endured, filling reservoirs, flooding valleys, super bloom of wildflowers, extending the ski season into the summer. But it also turns out the rain brought a measure of gold fever back to the foothills of the Sierra. Stick around, more in our final hour just ahead.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden is threatening to veto the House Republican bill to raise the debt ceiling. The White House called it an exercise in reckless gamesmanship. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre cited an analysis by Moody's Analytics.
The Speaker's legislation would increase the odds of a recession, cost 780,000 jobs, weaken the economy, and increase the unemployment rate.
The Speaker's plan includes pairing a package of spending cuts with a 1-year debt limit increase news. House Republicans are reportedly still trying to collect the 218 votes needed to pass the Speaker's plan. Former President Trump is reacting to the news of current President Biden kicking off his 2024 re-election campaign.
You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done.
Meanwhile, Trump is questioning why he should take part in the Republican primary debates. He said he likely won't get fair treatment from the anchors asking the questions anyway. The choice between Biden and Trump is neither for a large number of Americans.
A new poll is finding that a majority of Americans don't want either President Biden or former President Trump to run in 2024. The Reuters Ipsos poll found that 45% of Democrats don't want Biden to run again. That's compared to 34% of Republicans who say the same thing about Trump. Overall, the poll found that about 2/3 of all respondents don't want either to run in 2024. I'm John Schaefer.
Does a simple chord progression make an original song? Ed Sheeran maintains he did not copy Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On when creating his song Thinking Out Loud. He just used a very common chord progression within Marvin Gaye's song. That court case ongoing. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
U.S. officials say the mastermind behind the 2021 Kabul airport suicide bombing that killed over 150 people, including 13 U.S. service members, has been killed, and the Taliban is to thank for it. The ISIS operative was killed by the Taliban this month in Afghanistan, though a name was not given. The U.S. says American forces were not involved in the operation, but the government has intelligence that confirms the death. The U.S. dead 2021 included 11 Marines, as well as a member of the Navy and Army, and was considered a major low point in the rapid withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan. There's an outcry over plans to build a Chinese-owned factory in northern Michigan. In Washington, Representative Debbie Dingell says it's a very complicated issue.
I don't want us to become more dependent upon China. I want us to become less dependent upon China. Either they're going to be built with Chinese workers there or by American workers.
Residents of Green Charter Township, a small community about an hour north of Grand Rapids, recently protested, calling the electric vehicle battery plant a big mistake. The protest came after Democrats in the Michigan State Senate approved $175 million in state funds to support the project. Vice President Kamala Harris is welcoming the South Korean president to the U.S. The two leaders toured NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland on Tuesday. Harris said the two nations are strengthening their partnership on space exploration and climate change. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour. One more time around here on a Wednesday. Hump Day. There you go. As I left off there, hey, there's gold in them there mountains. Yeah, it turns out these atmospheric rivers and the incredible snowpack that's melting away and rushing down the mountainsides is bringing a bit of gold fever back to the foothills of the Sierra. Article published over the weekend said, I explored the small but dedicated core of fortune seekers who said that they'd seen conditions like this only a few other times in their lifetimes. Bill Mitchell, a geologist in El Dorado County who specializes in mineral exploration, said a majority of the gold in the Sierra had still not been extracted. It's going to take rainy years like this one to pry some of the remaining gold loose, he says. Yeah, the fortune seekers are actually putting on wetsuits and getting out there with snorkels and masks, probing the creek bottoms, walking the riverbanks with metal detectors. Right now, the rivers are running hard. Ed Allen is a historian at the Marshall Gold Discovery State Historic Park. He said the flow of the American River was clocked at 25 miles an hour this winter. It has slowed somewhat since then, but whitewater rafters are still zinging by like they're being propelled by some sort of a hidden motor. The real pay dirt will reveal itself when the rushing waters, swollen with snow melt, begins to subside. So prospectors are counting on a busy summer coming up when they can begin to peer behind the boulders and dig into some of the crevices where the heavier chunks of gold deposit themselves. He said, I don't do a lot of panning these days, but he says when he was younger, actually, he dated a woman who told him she'd marry him if he could find enough gold to make 2 rings. And he said, that was a bit of motivation. 2 weeks later, I had enough gold, and we will soon be celebrating 3 decades of marriage. Well, there you go. The gold rush coming on as we head into the summer of 23. How about that? What do you say, Pappy? What's going on this morning?
There's a lot of gold in Sudan, too, Steve.
That's true.
Lots of gold in Sudan. That China's walking in and Russia's walking in there now. Food for thought.
That's what I've actually heard some of this stuff about what's going on in Sudan is Russia. I think they said Russia kind of going in to pilfer the gold.
Yes, sir. On the march, just like China. Wonder where all these tuberculosis cases are coming from, Steve. Where do you think they're coming from?
Wouldn't be marching in from Central America or south of the border, would it? No.
Listen, it was eradicated in the United States, man. I forget what the age group is, but Isn't that tuberculosis shot, that little round upper arm, when you should be old enough to have.
Where they just, I don't know, where they just went under the skin a little bit kind of thing. I don't know. Was that the TB test or was that the actual?
Well, that's the test. The vaccine itself, if you, older people, right? Upper arm, either left or right, your upper arm, there's a little round circle. It leaves a little scar.
Yeah, I think that
was the tuberculosis vaccine.
I was thinking that was the polio, wasn't it? I thought.
I'm not 100%.
I think they used
I should probably just keep my mouth shut.
It was like an air pressure gun that injected. I know a lot of people that have that little circle.
Yeah. But Steve, I heard something on the news. Was it yesterday or tonight that they stopped 4,000 immigrants from coming across the border in one week? Listen, it's Title 42. It's getting ready to expire. Remember what I told you a couple months ago?
Yep.
Keep an eye on the ports of entry now because they just made it legal. So keep an eye on this too. This Title 8. It's going to replace 42. Talking about this executive order that Biden signed into.
Yeah, and you also mentioned where they set up this app or something here a few months ago, and that app is also they're anticipating. Let's see, 30,000 foreign nationals releasing into the interior every month using the mobile app. 30,000 a month.
All you got to do is show up at it. Yeah, show up at any port of entry. Show them the app that you
had pre-registered
or claiming political asylum. Yeah, pre-registered. Come on in. Put them on a bus and ship them around the United States. Amazing. So I'm telling you, watch these ports of entries. And then they can claim, right? Well, the illegal crossings have went down dramatically. Well, that's because you just made it legal.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, I just sent you another email. A couple screenshots of some headlines. Open Society Foundation. You heard of it?
I have heard of them, yes.
It's George Soros funded.
Okay.
A lot of countries are kicking anybody associated with this Open Society Foundation out. They're done with George Soros. China, Russia. Look at some of them headlines. Saw a speech Hillary Clinton gave several years ago, claiming how George Soros was, the savior of all. Thank God for George Soros. Mm-hmm. We need him. And, he's attacking this country. Steve, he comes out and admits it. He's not even hiding anything. Funding all these local district attorneys, prosecutors, funding all these local, just like they did up in New York with Bragg's, these state attorneys that are anti-police. All done by design, And listen, man, you're announcing that you're running for president of the United States, and you can't even come out and give a live little chit chat with the American people. You got to release it on a video. Are you kidding me?
It probably took, if it was an actual video rather than like somebody suggested, maybe AI generated. He probably had to. How many takes do you think it took before he was able to get through and they could splice it together and make it look like he was coherent?
Well, a lot of it was just photographs of him. It was like a TV commercial, Steve, is what it was like. It was very poorly done, in my opinion. Do you remember the Democratic and the Republican conventions? When Trump was in, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they had all the riots and Antifa out there rioting people, and they followed Dan Bongino and his wife, and the border agents threatened to rape his wife and kill him,
Mm-hmm.
rape his wife in front of Bongino after the Republican was done and everybody was trying to walk back to their motels and whatnot. Do you remember them?
Oh,
I remember watching the Democratic one. It was like some kindergartners put this thing together. And then you watch the Republicans. And the difference between the two was just, and here's the thing, Steve. You got to remember, man, what did Donald Trump do for decades? He ran The Apprentice. And what was The Apprentice about? You know, having wannabe executives, right, do these projects. So when you talk about somebody putting something like that together, ain't nobody gonna beat Trump, man. He knows how to put these things together. And that's how, you know, I remember when I was watching it. Man, they showed that short little video when it was, I guess, Halloween time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that short little video they showed where, you know, you get these trick-or-treaters come up to the door and they ring the doorbell and it's Biden and Harris at the door. Yeah, give us all your money. I don't know if you remember that or not, but man, that was hilarious. Oh man, I don't know, Steve. We're gonna have to see what happens here, man. Everybody just hang in there, you know. And hump day, man.
Yeah,
gotta keep hump day. It might end up being hump day 7 days a week here shortly.
I don't know. Had you heard somebody said the Democratic, like the DNC, is already protecting Biden against primary challengers, saying that there will not be debates among Democrat candidates. Had you heard that?
No, I haven't, but they can't. They don't want to put him on the stage.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, well, you know, if Biden and Trump, if they're the two nominees, would Joe Biden get on the stage and have a debate with Trump?
It was bad enough, you know, 2.5 years ago, and you're right, man. He is. I mean, when you watch him walk, you know, he's like a stiff board, man. You know, did you hear how he was, I don't know, on camera the other day, and he was talking about either a percentage rate or something. I don't know. I can't remember. But he was like, it's 8%. AIGHT, 8. That man can't spell.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame, you know. That you know, God. Oh well, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna do? I think that's about it, man.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you, Pappy. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Happy Hump Day. Hello to Steve. Morning, Mr. Summers, and all the listeners out there. By the end of the day, we'll be halfway through the week, looking toward the weekend. I suppose since the coffee's ready and the car's running, time to head into town, see what we can find in the world of trash today. Everybody enjoy. Thank you much, Steve. You have a great day. The porous border. In President Biden's first year in office, Stephen Koppitz with Princeton Policy Advisors accurately projected about 2 million border crossers and illegals would be encountered along the southern border. Likewise, in 22, he correctly projected more than 2.3 million border crossers and illegals would be encountered at the border. That's a total of about 4.2 million in Biden's first 2 years. Millions of those released into the country. Now, here we are for fiscal year 23, which ends in September. Coppets estimates more than 2 million border crossers will have been encountered at the border, slightly down from his prior projection, showing 2.7 million. Our forecast for fiscal year 23 still constitutes the second worst year on record, better only than last year. The projections is likely to rise as the Biden administration tests a host of catch and release programs like the Customs and Border Protection one, the mobile app, which was released in January, a mobile app that allows foreign nationals to schedule appointments at the border for release into the U.S. interior. And as Pappy just explained, you see, you've got a scheduled appointment at the border, right? So when you show up at the border, you're no longer technically illegally entering. You're pre-registered. Come on in. Biden is set to have about 30,000 foreign nationals released into the interior every month with the Migrant mobile app. Already more than 30,000 have been released since the app's start date back in mid-January. Foreign nationals using the Migrant mobile app have a 99% success rate of getting released into the interior of the country after scheduling their appointments at the border. 99%.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You know, this would actually be my third such report in as many nights. Monday shared a report out in the Denver area. Rock throwing incidents, at least 5 vehicles, rocks through the windshield. One of them, a fatality, a 20-year-old female. Last evening, shared the story along, I-74, across the, over in the Indiana line up toward Decatur. The truck driver rocked through the windshield, hit the driver in the head, knocked him unconscious. Here's another. This time it's Midland, Texas. Apparently over the weekend, a truck driver targeted by suspects or a suspect throwing rocks at his vehicle. This was Saturday, about 10:45 p.m. Driver was eastbound I-20, the 140-mile marker, Midland, Texas. Someone threw two big rocks from the overpass, which hit the passenger side windshield and landed in the bunk on the bed. In this case, the driver was able to stop the truck safely. Minor cuts from the glass. That was reported to police, being investigated as an act of criminal mischief. It would be greatly appreciated if you could share with everyone so all the fellow drivers are aware of this kind of incident. Again, 3 similar scenarios in 3 nights this week. Wow. What is it? Is it rock throwing season at tractor trailers all of a sudden? I don't know what gives. All right, seeing as we're just a couple minutes from news break here, let's just hang in there. Mr. Scarecrow, Night Moves, I believe, wanted to check back in about the 16-hour rule. I know Heatwave mentioned last evening, he brought up, it appears Yellow Corporation and the Teamsters will renegotiate their labor contract a year early, as the two parties have failed to come to terms on proposed network changes. According to a spokesperson with Yellow earlier this week, on Friday, Board of Directors voted to open the National Master Freight Agreement contract, something the Teamsters suggested several weeks ago. Now, completing One Yellow is essential to our company's modernization efforts and is necessary for us to maintain and strengthen jobs while we compete against non-union carriers and blah, blah, blah. But after a change of operations at Yellow's YRC Freight and Redaway terminals out west was approved and implemented last year, the union brass said they're not on board with similar changes at the regional carriers Holland and New Penn. All right, so that's an ongoing debate. A key sticking point in negotiation has been the creation of additional utility positions, requiring drivers to work on the docks and at facilities within 175 miles of their home terminal. Changes would also merge seniority lists, requiring some workers to rebid for jobs. And that's all about closing down, what do they got, 28 terminals, which they say the proceeds from selling those terminals looking to pay down some of their $1.6 billion in debt. And Heatwave mentioned that. He said, I didn't realize they were $1.5 billion in debt. Wow. Back in a moment.
USA News Update. President Biden is threatening to veto the House Republican bill to raise the debt ceiling. The Republican bill would condition support for raising the debt ceiling on deep government spending cuts. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre cited an analysis by Moody's Analytics claiming it's a bad bill.
The Speaker's legislation would increase the odds of a recession, cost 780,000 jobs, weaken the economy, and increase the unemployment rate.
House Republicans are reportedly still trying to collect the 218 votes needed to pass the Speaker's plan. More details are being released about a mass shooting that left 4 people dead at an Alabama Sweet 16 party earlier this month. Court testimony shows at least 89 shell casings were found at the scene. More than 30 people were injured, 6 people have been charged, and it's believed several different guns were used. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Lord, I apologize. Rick said, hey, did I miss our keyword this morning? Well, not quite, but almost. Yeah, it's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway as we team up with TNC Radio.live. Your chance to win $1,000 happens 4 times every workday. Right there, TNC Radio.live. I've got 2 keywords. Your first 2 keywords of the day for a Wednesday, hump day, 26th day of April. Keyword number 1, roof, R-O-O-F, roof. Keyword number 2 is class, C-L-A-S-S, head of the class. Simply go to tncradio.live, click on contest. Enter those keywords, and keep in mind you get additional keywords, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time each workday there at tncradio.live. So good luck. The $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Again, your keywords, roof and class. First two words for your Wednesday. All right, good morning, Scarecrow. What's happening?
Well, let me tell you, I've heard of those rock throwing stories on and off, and not having paid full attention, I assumed it was the same story getting rehashed over and over again.
No.
Steve, do you suppose those rocks were obtained illegally? Do you suppose they were, stolen, or do you suppose they were registered? Gosh, you suppose a cooling off period would have made any difference in this case?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of unanswered questions about this. I wanted to call in earlier, Steve, towards the front of the program there, but I had a couple bowls of chili last night for supper time, and I enjoyed those so much that I was re-experiencing them around the start of your program there. And yeah. So I just thought, I'll wait till later on tonight. But, Jolly Green there, I'm sure you've had lots of comments on that and whatnot. Yeah, certainly, Social Security is the direction to go with that. Now, I'm curious. We, in our household, get a report, both my spouse and myself, we each get a report, annual report from the Social Security Administration on, what we've made on a given year. And it's tracked it for the last 20 years, the income. And it'll say, what we're entitled to if we retire at the moment, if we wait till, like 65 or 67 or all the way out to 70 or 72, whatever it is now. But I would kind of suspect that every taxpayer or every person with a Social Security number would start receiving that report, at probably at about age 50 or so. That's maybe when ours started showing up. Are you familiar with that mailing there?
Yeah, it seems like it's been a few years since I've got one, but yeah, for several years I did get those. I mean, I haven't moved or anything, so I don't know why. It seems like it's been a while since I've got one of those.
It may be something that tends to get thrown out. I guess I'd be scared to do something if I see something with the official heading on it or such. But I'd be curious if any others have or have not received that particular report. But and then for what it's worth, I caught Gilligan's call there early on. Both Big Sexy and Horse Feathers there, Steve, have your back. They got the number to me. So whether you had I haven't looked to see if you mailed it or sent it or not. But,
I did. I emailed that to you. I sent that to you.
Yep. Oh, okay. I'll compare it 3 times over and see if everybody is on the same playing field there. So Gilligan, if you're still on board here, wait after the program, I'll give you a ring. Steve, I'm suspecting he's calling in one of those favors after. Remember, he was out searching those containers out in the ocean for our furniture a year or 2 back. I'm thinking it's probably payback time here. He did remind me, though, given his health concerns, my heart attack back in 2006. We did an annual anniversary dinner, celebrating the getting over it and remaining healthy and such. And I realized that we did not do that this year. But I have remained healthy, although I was diligent with my exercise program after the heart attack. I lost, I think, 15 pounds rather, just from walking daily and such. And that's something that's very easy to do. You just have to get in the practice of doing that. Well, I have kind of fallen off the wayside of proper diet and such. I've succeeded in putting on another 30 pounds since that time, but my most recent blood work shows that everything is proper and working order and such where it should be. So I must be doing something right.
There you go.
That healthy Norwegian diet that starts with butter and add anything you want to that, you know. Steve, all is not lost for those of us that missed out on the light show, you know, Sunday night, the Northern Lights.
Yeah.
We had an astronomer on our news last night. He said these major eruptions are cyclical, about every 10 years.
Yes.
And that this is just the start. That he referenced like 24 and 2025 coming up. That will be seeing, you know, continued, you know, major eruptions, you know, like we just had. So yeah, I guess those of us that had nothing but cloud cover, maybe the next time around, will work for the better. I did not catch Donald Trump's, you know, comments or whatever this afternoon, last night. However, just a little clips of Mr. Biden, or I think the ones that everybody heard. It's just amazing the work that's to be done yet. Well, my guess that he found some more nails somewhere in the White House drawer or whatever, that he's not done securing the lid on that coffin. He really wants to literally nail it there, Steve. I think it was at the height of one of the news breaks. Let's see, we're coming up on about 5 o'clock your time, probably an hour and a half back. It sounds like he's going to be running on the success of his economic program.
Yes, isn't that amazing?
Those are the words that he stated. I said, hello, Joe, come on back down to earth here and take a look at the success of your economic program, you know? Oh, Jesus. You know, can we say reality check?
Hey, he's the most pro-union. What do you say? I'm the most pro-union president ever. I've created 12 million jobs in my first 2 years. I mean, this guy's the best thing since sliced bread, Scarecrow.
Yeah, well, he doesn't admit that these jobs were all jobs that were lost to COVID.
Thank you. They're
finally starting to come back around to the pre-existing jobs is what they were. But either way, it sounds like you do have another caller or two lined up there. So I guess I'll just be babbling on if I lay any more on you. So either way, yeah, Gilligan, we'll get back with you after a little while here and take care of business. So that's it for now, sir.
Very good. Yeah, and I'm not sure what his sleep schedule is right now since he's been off for about a week. I think he might be trying to sleep during regular sleeping people's hours, you know, because he's not having to work. But meanwhile, yes, it is 844-844-3388.
We're expecting a bumper crop of truck and tractor pulling action in 2023. This as May flowers give way to June showers of dirt. And who better to plan and manage a championship pulling event than a champion? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA is preparing for a hectic launch to the 2023 Grand National Circuit, with events on all 4 full weekends in June. And in each case, the event has deep ties to a past champion. The tour begins at its southernmost location for the year. Gallant Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina will host the Mule City 300 on Friday and Saturday, June 2nd and 3rd. Both nights will feature the Superstock Open division, won from 2016 through 2019 by the owner-driver team of Earl Wells and John Strickland, and the methanol-fueled Gallant 2 AGCO. Mr. Wells is in his 10th year of ownership of the park, which, like his pulling and racing teams, is known by its anagram GALOT, which stands for Get a Load of That. Other divisions appearing at the 2023 Mule City 300 include Grand National Light Superstock and Super Farm tractors, Light Modifieds, and Region 4 Light Pro Stock tractors. Another racetrack halfway across the country gets us to Week 2. The Farley Nationals bring 5 Grand National divisions to the 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa on Friday and Saturday, June 9th and 10th. Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2- and 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds are on tap, and the Simon family, owners of the racetrack, have vehicles in 5 of those 6 divisions. In fact, the Simon Says team will include 6 drivers and 10 registered vehicles this year. The Simon's pulling tradition was begun by late patriarch Roger, who was a 3-time champion in the two-wheel drive division in the 1990s with Simon Says Dodge. That machine is still in the family, but Brandon and RJ have since added modifieds, Pro Stocks, and Minis to the stable. This will be their inaugural NTPA event. The third weekend of June takes us north to Hutchinson, Minnesota for the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds on June 16th and 17th. It will host 6 GN classes on both nights, Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds. The last of these divisions was topped in 2017 by Ricky Rose of nearby Glencoe, whose family has promoted and presented the Power Pole Nationals for a couple of decades. These days, Ricky and son Jeff split time in the seat of their Giddy Up dragster, which runs 3 Hemis with 1471 superchargers in the 7,500-pound mod division and adds a 4th engine for competition in the Unlimited division. And the first Super National event of the season arrives in Tomah, Wisconsin, over the long weekend of Thursday through Saturday, June 22nd through 24th. It's the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park. It's the 47th edition, but it's not the oldest poll in the county. That distinction belongs to the Norwalk Lions Club poll, which will host the NTPA's Region 3 in August. Integral to the founding of both of these polls is Norwalk native, Tomah resident, and 1980 Grand National Superstock champion Dave Schreier, whose Green Power Special was the first John Deere to win an NTPA title. Today, Dave's son Chris manages the Tomah Tractor Pull, which features 11 Grand National and 3 Regional National divisions, tied for the most of any regular season event. For more information about any of these pulls or over 70 others that will comprise the 2023 championship pulling season, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. Hey, back at it. Let me get you Night Moves. Back at it. Yes, sir.
Hey, Steve. Hey, I hear you talking about them throwing the rocks and all that. Man, I've been out here 41 years. I started when I was about 18, illegally. But I can remember, I want to say 83, 84, somewhere around there when they were throwing bricks off the bridges from like Detroit to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember being about 22 years old out here scared to death going across I-94. I heard you talking about that. Man, it brings back some bad memories. I had one time, it was 1986, going through Michigan. I was driving a cab over. Somebody shot a bullet, went through my passenger side door, through my vision through my driver's windshield. I mean, ever since then, I sit kind of low in the seat.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to, well, I was really calling in about the guys calling in about the 16-hour.
Yes.
I kind of knew that's what the rule was. I just had to hear it from somebody else.
Okay.
And Horse Feathers and the other guy, I can't remember what his handle was or name, but I recorded him. And Horse Feathers explained it so well. We got a safety meeting this Saturday. I'm going to play his version of it to the safety guy because I can't believe our safety guy doesn't know the rules. And I'd like to nominate him for the dumbass of the week.
Your safety guy, okay.
But yeah, he's the one. He doesn't know the rules.
Wow.
And like I said, I recorded Horse Feathers, and I can't remember the other guy that called in about it, but I got him too. So I'm going to play those guys talking about it and say, well, this is what the rule is, and see what he says, and I'll call back Monday and let you guys know what the verdict is.
Yeah, I think that was High Pressure Pumping, I believe, was the other that explained pretty well, saying it had nothing to do with the air miles or whatever.
Yeah, and that's what he's saying. Well, I read that with email or text message he sent all of us drivers, and I knew it wasn't right, but this guy's bound and determined. He even wrote somebody up for you doing it already.
Wow. And
then another one of our drivers went to go use it, I believe just the other day. And on our ELD, he took it off there, so we can't even use it. So one guy used the adverse driving just so he could get home, and then I hear the other guy saying that they're going to nail your ass if you get caught using that. Well, we got drivers using it because he took the 16-hour rule off of our ELD. We can't even get to it. So I'm going to hopefully get him straightened out Saturday, and Horse Feathers is going to be the star of the show.
Okay. Now, I see he just
I appreciate everybody.
All right, he just dialed back in. Now, he said he's got to put a stipulation on that. Let me see what he got. What kind of stipulation you talking about?
Okay. Yeah, we definitely have to have some sort of disclaimer or something on there that says that Horse Feathers is no, professional or executive or anything like that. We just know how the rules are that we can use and how we make them work to the best of our advantage. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, hey, maybe if it works out good, maybe. I don't know. I won't say that. Anyways, no, go with that. See what happens. But as I say, I don't know. All right, but yeah, I may play a truck driver on the radio, but I don't know if I'm a professional one outside the radio there, right?
Oh, I hear you. So, yeah. So,
anyways,
but you're not saying that you didn't want to say you're correct in anything or you were wrong or nothing, right?
Well, I believe that to be the best of my knowledge, and that's what I've always worked with, and that's what I got a pretty good safety guy, and that's what we get to use.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty confident in it. But as I say, if when it comes to the legality times, if you're in a court of law or something, or you're being held up by a DOT officer, yeah, I don't know if playing Horse Feathers recording will help you at all.
Okay.
But anyways, I hope it does help somebody, and maybe they can verify it somewhere. So that'll be good. Hey, did I miss the keywords? All this craziness, I've been working off different schedule today, so I didn't know if I missed the keywords or where we're at.
I did get around to them a few minutes ago here. I mean, your keywords were roof, ROOF, and class, CLASS, roof and class.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll sneak them in at the last minute. Good luck. Be nice if you won $1,000, wouldn't it?
It would be. You know what I would do with that $1,000 if I got it?
Probably put it towards your Make-A-Wish convoy and make it $2,000.
There you go. Is with all the help from Hot Shot Secrets, because every dollar that comes in goes to $2 thanks to them.
Yep.
So, anyways, thanks again, Your Honor, and I didn't say that, you did.
That is correct. Happy Hump Day. Hey, Mike. Another thing, several items that were not mentioned in the president's announcement that he's running for another term. Yeah, not a single accomplishment under this administration. Now, of course, we're talking the official announcement, not where he was speaking at the union thing later in the day. But the official announcement, no mention of one accomplishment whatsoever. No mention of the southern border. No mention of out-of-control inflation. Yeah, meanwhile, as we mentioned earlier, the millions continue to be released into the heart of the country. And the drugs that continue to pour into this country, essentially killing our teens and young adults primarily. Of course, we know that the fentanyl, number one killer of what is the age category, like 18 to 45, I think is the numbers I heard. Listen to the numbers here, the methamphetamine that's pouring. Inspectors for the Mexican Navy discovered 11,520 tequila bottles filled with almost 10 tons of concentrated liquid meth. Officials said the drugs were spotted using a chemical identification system and a canine trained for drug location. Pharmacology and Toxicology Laboratory later confirming it was indeed methamphetamine. It should be noted during the current year, Secretary of the Navy has insured and destroyed approximately 114.3 tons of methamphetamine. Think of that, a ton, you got 114.3 tons of meth. As part of a broader effort to stop the flow from Mexico to the United States, U.S. officials recently revealed they say they've infiltrated the Mexican drug organization behind the fentanyl crisis, killing thousands of Americans. Over the last year and a half, the DEA proactively infiltrated the Sinaloa cartel and the Chapitos network. They say obtained unprecedented access to the organization's highest levels, followed them across the world, according to a statement from the DEA. Now, last month, Pentagon study revealed that nearly 80%, pay attention to this, nearly 80% of young Americans do not qualify for military service without a waiver due to either drug use, obesity, or other mental and physical problems. When considering the number of youth that are disqualified for one reason alone, the most prevalent disqualification rates are overweight, 11%, drug and alcohol abuse, 8%, medical and physical health, 7%. So said the Qualified Military Available Study of Americans, ages 17 to 24. But nearly 80% of the young Americans do not qualify for service without some sort of a waiver. All right, looks like, we'll have to close things out here on a Wednesday morning. So thank you so much for being a part of the program. And what do you say? We'll come back at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern time. If all goes according to plan, and we'll do it all over again. So have a safe day out there. Happy hump day. See you back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but